Welcome everybody to the 2023 Junior SpeedChess Championship final match, the championship match. I am International Master David Preuss, joined by International Master Kostya Kavutsky. Kostya, how's it going?
Hey David, good morning. It's great to be here with you. How are you?
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Looking forward to seeing how professional you can be. We've got a match between two very young but already professional players, Gukesh and Raunak Sadhwani. Fantastic players, child prodigies, youngest grandmasters in history list members, and that is starting in just 10 minutes.
Yeah, huge final, David. It's a huge final. Both these players, they won a number of very tough matches. They're two of just the strongest players in the world. They're Olympic teammates, as we're going to talk about. They played on the same Olympiad together last year, winning a bronze medal for India. So these two, they know each other super well. They're super strong, super talented, and they had to defeat a number of strong players just to get here. So this is going to be a huge final.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. The bracket, the course that they took to get here in the first round, fairly decisive victories, winning by scores over 20 points. I would say maybe not the hugest surprise given that the field for this year's JSCC had some higher and lower players, and these two are among the strongest blitz players in the world. And then in the semifinals, it got much closer, winning by a similar score of 5 and 6 points each. And today they face each other. When you look over this bracket, Kostya, were there any results here that particularly surprised you? Or is this the final you saw coming all along?
Yeah, there were some very interesting matches here. I was watching a few of them. I covered the match between Denis Lazovic, his first round match, where he defeated another very strong grandmaster, Daniel Darda, by a very wide margin. So Lazovic was looking great, but then he was defeated by Raunak Sadhwani. Actually, that was an extremely close match, but Raunak managed to just outlast him. So, Raunak's path to the final, I think, was very tough. Gukesh also as well. In the semifinal, he had to defeat his buddy Pranav, which was also just an incredibly tough match. And now I feel like both of these guys are just stronger. Now that they've gotten into the finals, they've had to play these difficult matches. They've survived the bullet and the time scrambles. And now they have to get through one very tough match if they want to win today.
Yeah. And let's have a look at what's at stake for the player who does win. And also, what's going to be in the mind of both players as they're fighting for this final championship. There's going to be $15,000 at stake just in this final match alone, out of the $45,000 prize pool for these 8 talented juniors. $7,500 goes automatically to the winner, and then the remaining $7,500 is divided by percentage. So if you score 70% of the total games in the match, you get 70% of $7,500 added to your $7,500. But perhaps, arguably, the biggest prize today is that the winner qualifies to the main event of the SpeedChess Championships, where they can face the likes of Magnus Carlsen, as Gukesh did in the first round in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of money they're just kids. They're basically teenagers. They haven't reached their 20s yet, but they're playing for just a ton of cash. Actually, let's take a look at Gukesh and see some of his career highlights. He is the youngest player to beat Magnus Carlsen, third youngest grandmaster in history, 2022 Olympiad individual gold medalist. He basically led the Indian Olympiad team to a bronze medal finish on board 1 with an absolutely amazing score. 5-time Asian Youth Championship gold medalist, and ranking number 13 currently in the live classical ratings.
Yeah, and there he is, Grandmaster Gukesh. He was the first seed in this event, despite not having the highest Chess.com blitz rating. Apparently, he doesn't spend a lot of time playing sort of casual blitz, just to pass the time. Unlike his opponent Raunak. And you see that impressive collection of trophies just above his head there. And that reminds me of one of the most important things of Gukesh's career in my mind, which is that Gukesh has won a huge number of events. He's a player who has, relatively speaking, like played down more often than playing up. You know, he hasn't like pushed himself to go into the higher section. He hasn't gotten a lot of early invitations before he peaked. And so this is somebody who's gone around on the open circuit, crushing tournament after tournament after tournament. He is very familiar with winning the grand prize.
Absolutely. And we got to say, Gukesh, we do have a slight bias towards Gukesh. You know, he was on the California Unicorns Pro Chess League team, which we managed. So we saw him play. We rooted for him. Not that we don't love Raunak, who is an incredibly strong player in his own right, but I feel like we had to throw that out there. We have seen Gukesh in action quite a bit.
Yeah, there could be some bias on this show. I mean, full disclosure, I know Kostya personally as well, so I'm biased in favor of my co-commentator.
Likewise.
But let's turn the page and check out the bio of Raunak Sadhwani, a player who I have been following since he joined the Pro Chess League as a talented international master under the moniker Chess Champ 2005, probably his birth year, or which is his birth year. Very, very important here, everybody, to understand this first line here. 2021 JSCC runner-up, meaning he played in the same finals that we're about to see 2 years ago against another Indian teenage prodigy, Nihal Sarin, who himself is, you know, a blitz and bullet demon and perhaps addict. Other accolades, he is the 2022 Abu Dhabi Blitz winner, which is another big, powerful Blitz event. The Chess Olympiad bronze medalist, as we mentioned, playing on the same team as Gukesh. And that was the B team for India. One of the most sensational stories, if not the most sensational story of 2022, was these two teenage teams, India B and Uzbekistan, racing for first place in a classical time control Chess Olympiad against all the great powerhouses of the world. And he's also the fourth youngest Indian chess grandmaster. So what do you think of Raunak's chances and what he brings to this match?
Raunak is an absolute beast when it comes to online chess. We can see him there. I think we've gotten word that he's actually in his hotel room in Dubai playing an upcoming open event. And he looks ready. I saw he was bobbing a bit, maybe listening to some music. I think he's ready to put up a big fight. He's definitely, I feel like, more experienced than Gukesh in terms of playing lots and lots of online chess, especially like these fast time controls, 5+1, 3+1, 1+1. I'd imagine his mouse skills are maybe a little bit better than Gukesh. Still going to be a very, very exciting and close match. And it looks like we've got a Smarter Chess prediction coming up, so we can compare these two players with the numbers.
And you can compare them with your own predictions and with chat's predictions as well. The first thing you notice is the blitz rating difference, right, Kostya? That Gukesh, despite being 100 points higher in classical chess, is here 100 points lower in his blitz rating, but Smarter Chess has taken it all into consideration and sees Gukesh as a 1-point favorite, which would mean that 4 hours from now the match would be a nail biter in its last game. So he's taken Gukesh's offline power into consideration and thinks that Gukesh could pull away by 1 point during the 3-1 segment. And what's your take on this prediction, Kostya?
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, we can see Smarter Chess there with the mathematical prediction that this match is going to be incredibly exciting and close. I think we could trust him on that. Both these two are fighters, and the match is going to be starting very, very soon. But let's quickly take a look at the format. We're going to have 3 different time controls for the match. First, we have 90 minutes of 5 minutes plus 1 games, then 60 minutes of 3+1, as many games as they can get in before the timer runs out, and then finally finishing up with 30 minutes of bullet 1 plus 1 second per move. But it's not classic bullet, it's not 1 plus 0, it's 3 plus 0. These guys, they get the 1 second increment, which definitely changes things. And as the match is about to get started, we see Raunak there looking very ready.
Yeah. That 1 second is enough that any situation where you've got king and pawn against king and queen, you're not going to flag the queen. Like the queen's eventually going to win the game. So there will be that degree of sort of rational outcomes. And one other note about the match format as the first moves are hitting the board here is that once a game starts, it counts. Versus when the timer runs out for the segment, right? When the 90 minutes runs out or the 60 minutes runs out, you still get to finish whatever game you've started, even if you've just played e4.
That's right. And first game is underway. Looks like we have an Italian game. And David, this is just like a classic beginners Italian, right? Like two kids playing their first tournament, knight c3, knight c6.
Yeah, it's appropriate, Kostya, because the Junior SpeedChess Championship is sponsored by Chess Kid. And if you logged into Chess Kid right now, you could find 10,000 games in this current position, which I would call like the kid variation of the Italian game. So what better way to kick off the match?
Yeah, absolutely. Them paying tribute to the openings we all played as kids, where both sides, I remember you just try to get the bishop to g5 first. You go for the knight d5. Whoever gets this first wins the game. That's always how it worked for me. I don't know if you had the same experience, but
yeah, it can be dangerous sometimes to castle before playing either h3 or h6, right?
Yeah.
And then I think when kids go over 1,000, they have learned that you can go king h1, and even if your pawns get doubled, you play rook g1 and you don't lose the game, and it's still sort of an interesting position.
Exactly. It's not the end of the world, even if you get the double pawns in front of your king. But definitely something to avoid. I feel like we're going to see that very, very little in this match. Blitz is a very practical game. It's like you just don't want to have your king opened up for no reason. Okay, now both sides have castled. They both spend time before they castle. I feel like these days you always have to actually, if you're high level player, you have to like double check, make sure you're not like castling into some kind of fierce attack. But there's bishop g5.
There comes the fierce attack.
Immediately, Raunak allows the doubling of the pawns. And this is interesting. Our human intuition would say this is not good. Engine, we saw the question mark there. Doesn't like it either. Oh yeah, I would not want to allow this in a blitz game.
This is a famous maneuver from another semi-kid opening, the 4 knights. And it's a way of breaking that pin as you play knight e7. And if they don't take, you can go knight g6 and h6, and the bishop on g5 runs out of runway without you having to commit to h6 and g5 as black. And if they do take right away, the knight on e7 covers the key weak square on f5. So, I mean, if you didn't tell me the engine labeled this as a mistake, I would have thought, it's reasonable. Totally reasonable.
No, I don't know. I mean, it might be objectively sound, like maybe it's playable for black, but I just feel like for blitz, I mean, okay, Raunak, he's like 500 points stronger than me, right? What am I going to teach Raunak, right? But I'm just saying, I think it's, in terms of the practicality of the decision, I just feel like, these positions, you're always one mistake away from just getting mated, just getting an immediately losing position. And it's very tough to play if you only have 3 minutes on your clock. It's not a lot of time to come up with the best moves. Like in classical chess, if you have a difficult position, you can spend 20 minutes and just calculate everything and try to figure it out. In blitz, it's like you have to play intuitively. And if the right move isn't intuitive, then it's going to be very, very hard to find. But Gukesh, I love what he's doing. Knight h4, king h1. I feel like this is super simple. Maybe he wants to go f4 at some point and open up the rook, queen coming to h5. And I don't know. I think it looks good for white.
Yeah, I mean, what you said about instinct and intuition, like, I definitely think that one's instinct and intuition for these positions should be to get the kings off the G file. So king h1, king h8, knight h4 fighting over f5. All these moves, I think, were the intuitive or instinctive move for players who have some experience playing the G takes f6 positions. But we noticed the player spending 20 seconds on every move anyway, right? It's sort of like a slightly slow pace for blitz. And I think they're calculating a bunch of non-intuitive moves as well. Just they're not playing just purely by hand. They're both huge, huge, huge calculators, and they're looking at little details that are sailing past us right and left.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of the things that's maybe typical about like the new generation of juniors. Like they're all just insane calculators, just machines. They just calculate everything, looking at concrete lines. They don't discard moves just because they look bad or they look ugly. They want to objectively analyze the position and just be as concrete as they possibly can, which makes them very, very strong. I mean, that's one of the most important things in chess is just having really good and clear calculation. But I think another thing that's important is having like the feeling, like being able to play with your hand, so to speak.
Yeah. So bishop to b4. This is the first move in the game so far that surprises me, Kostya.
Yeah.
I think Raunak was sort of playing around. I'm going to play d5 while you need your pawn for the knight. I'm going to block out that bishop on c4, cover the light squares even better. This bishop b4 move is a little bit surprising because my first thought would be that lets the knight on c3 just dance towards the king side, and your bishop is, wandering?
Like knight e2, right? Yeah, that would be my first thought. And then the bishop just looks completely stranded on the queen side. And then you can bring the knight to like g3, h5, g7. Look at all these weaknesses. Yeah, a lot of squares for the knights.
Yeah, and you're going all the way to within one square of the king, huh? Yeah.
And I think knight e2 was played, and Raunak has gone d5. Let's get back to the live position. So d5 was the response. That makes a lot of sense, striking back in the center before white has a chance to just set up a completely winning attack. Bishop drops back, and now rook g8, and 2 minutes to go. So it's essentially like a 3-minute blitz game now that they're playing. With a relatively slow opening, but now g3. Oh, this is a very interesting move.
To me, that was the first really, really difficult choice in the game, was between you want your knight to go through to g3 and h5, like you mentioned, but you also don't want your opponent's knight on g6 going to f4 and h4 and opening up the rook. So he finally chooses to play g3. And I think if he had played knight g3, then after knight f4, maybe that cuts his knight off from h5 anyway, and his knight ends up just being stuck on g3, defending the g2 pawn for a while. So maybe he felt like he would be stuck there.
Might have been kind of unpleasant here for white.
Here's a move you have to calculate, leaving f6 undefended.
And now knight e7 on the board.
C3, bishop c5 is okay. My sort of tactical senses just went off on this move.
He's got rook g6, right? So don't quite. But yeah, you're right. Like f6 is hanging, so it feels like maybe there's something there. But 90 seconds for Gukesh.
Right.
And man, this is going to get sharp. I mean, this is like such a complicated position. They're about to go into a bullet game. They're just going to be relying on this 1 second increment. Okay, how do you deal? So he just drops back. He doesn't want to trade the knight off just yet. I can definitely understand that decision. And he hits f6. So now this one hanging with check. Rook g6 defending.
Yeah. And Kostya, I was thinking about this move for white c3 with the idea of countering in the center with d4 at some point. Gukesh is never going to play it because he's noticed if he ever plays c3, there's d takes e4. But that's like the kind of little thing that I would definitely miss in a blitz game.
Yeah. Now queen g2 was played. Yeah, a little passive for the queen, but he gets out of the way of the de4. Exactly. Probably for the reason you were saying, right? Maybe he wants to go c3, and now the queen's like not hanging. So the computer maybe didn't understand that move, but we did.
Yeah, and as soon as he backed up the queen, Raunak moved the bishop off of c5, so you can't hit with c4 with c3 with tempo into d4.
Yeah, exactly. So we got some logic. Okay, now queen comes back to f3. Raunak, I think, demonstrated why the queen on g2 was a big problem. Bishop h3 was just going to be a super annoying threat there to win the exchange. So he kind of admits his mistake, goes back. But okay, now it's actually looking much, much better for black. Black has won a lot of time. He's gone in d5 in. The f5 square seems to be under extremely strong control. So this is no longer like even a real weakness. As soon as white puts a knight there. In fact, he's just rubbing it in. He's like, I'm going to go f5.
Wow. Feeling
And,
confident. He had an extra
yeah.
30 seconds on the clock in a clearly at least equal position since white was going queen g2, queen f3, not doing anything. And Raunak decides to go very, very aggressive here in the very first game. Put some pressure on the top seed.
Well, why not? You have the two bishops. You feel like your opponent has just wasted several tempi with their pieces. So yeah, why not take over the center? No, now it looks extremely double-edged. E4 is coming at any moment. Yep, there we go. And where's this queen going?
That's important. If he'd been forced to trade his e-pawn on d4 there, it would have isolated all three remaining central pawns, right? The d pawn and the two f pawns would have all just been trash. Instead, he sets up a strong center with e4, all light squared pawns, and he's got the only dark squared bishop to cover the holes that arise. Knight on f4 is good.
20 seconds left. Okay, he's found a solid square for his knights. I feel like this is very important for the upcoming scramble. You just need solid squares for
queen
your
needs
pieces
squares
at this
too.
point.
The queen needs squares
the queen
too,
is very lacking. Yeah, there might have been some rook g5 there. This queen is very much in danger of just getting caught. But 15 seconds for both players. So many pieces still on the board.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is going to get violent fast. Knight g6 and h5. Oh, and here we go. Raunak just going for it. He's giving the exchange.
Doesn't take it.
He wants the other one. Wow. Just,
it's a little like,
what is happening?
Now he could throw an f3, but I think
he doesn't even take the knight. He hits the other one.
Oh yeah,
oh my God,
it is good.
3 seconds for Raunak.
Okay,
the moves are coming in so fast, and he sacks on g3
to play queen d5 and then e3, attacking the king.
My God. This is still incredibly
2
sharp.
seconds left for Raunak. Oh my lord!
I don't even know how they're getting the moves off in time.
Yeah.
Now rook g6.
Saving the queen! Oh!
Knight g2!
Giving the queen a square. Is it going to be a repetition here on the g file?
No, he's got bishop f8. He's got bishop f8. That's it. He trapped the queen with 2 seconds on the clock. What a find. Holy smokes.
Oof. Good start for Raunak.
Very good start. What a game. He solved like a 3,500 level puzzle with like 3 seconds on his clock. It was like a bullet scramble.
It looked like he was also winning on the board at the end, right? Okay, Gukesh flagged, but because Raunak had trapped his queen.
Yeah, exactly. The queen had no moves.
Okay.
The queen had the entire 6th rank, and it was all covered.
Yeah. Outrageous. Raunak looks pretty calm after all that.
Yeah, no problem. Just game 1.
Yeah.
It's Monday night, warming up.
Yeah. Do you think it's an advantage to be calm when you're playing blitz chess?
That's a great question. I think it depends. I think a lot of players, they get into kind of a rush, and once they get going, then they get hot and they can win a lot of games. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I generally feel like it's probably better to keep your cool as much as you can. Try to stay objective, because everyone knows once you're down to seconds on your clock, I mean, the nerves, they can drive you crazy. You stop seeing the board correctly. You just start hallucinating. I mean, the mind freezes up, right? It's a very stressful situation when you're just down to second. That's one of the most amazing things about these players. Not the fact that they're not like flagging in these sharp positions, the fact that they're just playing like really strong and competent moves on basically just seconds, literal seconds. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I feel like the calmer you are, and I definitely feel like Magnus stays very, very calm generally, the more it helps you in these fast time controls.
Yeah, I'm definitely not calm, but I've never been certain how big of a disadvantage was it. But okay, Kostya thinks maybe something that I could try the other way. I could try being a different person.
You could try.
see how it goes if I just decide to be all calm about everything. And okay, the position we've got, it's started as a symmetrical English, turned into kind of a scheme you see in the King's Indian, where the knight gets kind of stuck on a5 and black plays a6, b5 to make use of it. Kostya, you play a lot of King's Indian as black. I don't think you play the fianchetto lines as white very often, but do you recognize this position pretty well?
Yeah, I'd say like there's a couple of general things we can say about this structure. So like number one, white has a lot more space thanks to this d5 pawn, which is definitely cramping black's pieces, especially the bishop on b7, especially the knight on a5. So Gukesh, he's playing b5, this kind of thematic pawn break because he's trying to open up his pieces.
Right.
And golden rule of these positions when you have a big space advantage is that if black can trade off like a minor piece or two, then generally black is considered to be kind of fine. If not, if white can keep all the minor pieces on the board, then black is definitely going to struggle. Especially again, knight on a5 looks really, really bad now that the queen side is closed up, basically not doing anything. Bishop can always reroute itself like via c8. That's pretty easy. But this knight on a5, we see this in the Rui Lopez quite often as well. This dude is just stuck without a layover, no ticket, no prospects. Yeah, very, very hard time now for this. So I think white is just clearly better.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there was a little sequence there Raunak played that probably was mystifying to 99% of the people watching this game and this match, but it was basic like me as a master watching it, I was like, oh, he crushed him because he had this idea that the knight on a5 was undefended, right? So when black plays b5 at move,
I'll just go back.
Yeah,
I know you're talking.
You know what I'm talking about. It was so important when black plays b5, putting pressure on c4. If there's pressure on c4, black can open the b file. The g7 bishop coordinates it with the knight on a5 has a job, etc. Right? But he was planning. He hits the knight on a5 by retreating his knight. Not knight e4, as Kostya said. Knight e4 I looked at, but Kostya says trading pieces would make black's task a little less difficult.
Yeah. Kostya says don't trade pieces when you have more space, okay?
Yeah. So he hits the knight, and then he hits it again. And basically, the knight can't retreat. He forces black to play b4, quote unquote, grabbing space. But what it's doing is taking the pressure off of c4, keeping the center closed so that white can then eventually unwind and squish him. So that was a really sick sequence. When he hit him with that, I was like, oh, Raunak is like, he's got it.
Honestly, bishop c3 is like a double exclam move. It's a brilliant move because you're literally like walking into like a free tempo for the opponent, which most players are kind of taught not to do. But it completely changes the strategic nature of the position. And now black is just in huge strategic danger. So yeah, I'm absolutely with you. I think that was kind of a huge moment in this game. And now he's just like, got all the space. Just going through the moves. We're going to catch up to the game here. Rook a1, queen c2. And Raunak, he's just building up the pressure. But Gukesh, he's looking for counterplay. And he got his knight back. He got the knight on the square end.
This is classic defensive technique. This is something which I think Magnus is maybe the best in the world at, but like this whole coming generation, and we're watching a junior tournament, this whole coming generation generally pretty good at it, is knowing when to pitch a pawn to set up a more active defense rather than just suffering. And that a4, because the knight on b7 in the end couldn't find any square better than a5. But now, c4 is undefended. Like the knight actually has a job there. It's defended by the rook because of the pawn sack, so it's not going to be just attacked and lost on a5. It's a very, very good practical chance by Gukesh. Good defensive play.
Yeah, look, I think his position looks he's got like a Benko Gambit kind of thing. He's given up a pawn on the queen side. He's got very, very active pieces. And now this is very annoying, like undermining the knight on e3, which is defending c4. Yeah, I really like Gukesh's his a4 push. I think that was a very, very smart and practical decision here.
Yeah, and knight g4 was super important because if you don't have knight g4 as black, white can just plop the knight on b5 and take away some of your counterplay, your Benko counterplay. But now if the knight goes to b5, black can play bishop takes b5, knight takes e3, bishop takes b2, and then fork white on c4 with the miserable a5 knight.
Yeah, and just put that on the board. Okay, he goes knight d1, defending the knight
Backs
on
up.
e3, but he has to take with the rook because he needs to keep the bishop on b2 defended.
Oh, knight c4 anyway. You didn't need to show it. He did it.
Gukesh with the tactics.
And a4 is hanging too. Now he's got like the best Benko you can get.
He blitzed that out. He had that one ready. He was like, play knight d1, Raunak. Play knight d1. He had that ready. Holy moly. And now Raunak's just a pawn down and is lost position. I mean, it's just really, really bad. Black is extra pawn, protected passer, better bishop.
Yep.
I mean, White's only hope is that maybe like some h6 and some play, but
Yeah. Time to
I
get
think
ground.
Gukesh converts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These end games are
very, very nice.
So fun for Black. Whew.
And now Queen A3, he's like, you want to trade rooks or you want to trade queens? Your choice, boss. Your choice.
I'm good either way, I assure you.
Yeah. My piece will be more active than yours. You trade on whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
But of course, White did have to trade because Black was starting to straight up win with queen takes e3 and then rook takes rook. So
now rook b7 would be a saving move if Black played something casual like king to g7.
Right.
So Black needs a good move here.
Yeah, this is still certainly going to take some work for Black. Like, it's not going to be easy here whatsoever, but should be good chances. I feel like.
So if you go king f8, there's rook b8 check. Then you'd have to go bishop e8, bishop h3. Then your life is really messy. So he just uses the c pawn to stop White's counterplay, saying you don't have time to take on e7 here. Maybe not even time to take on d7, right? Like rook b7, he might play c3, not bishop to g4.
Exactly. I have a feeling with c4, he already saw like 6 moves ahead. So like c3 takes, he's got check at the end, and then c2. Then he would be winning White's rook at the end here. So 1 minute for Raunak to try and find some chances to save this. But it looks good. Once you no longer, like, you can't even get active with your rook, that's going to be a problem. So he's going to have to find a way to stop the pawn. Maybe bishop f1, try to get the bishop to d3. Might be a good way to start bringing the king in. But yeah, this is going to be very difficult.
I mean, you could also still play rook b7 with the idea of just putting it on c7, not taking anything on the 7th rank. But he first positions the bishop, as you say, covering c2, covering e4, making room for the king to come across. And yeah, if he'd played rook b7 to c7 right away, then maybe rook a1 from Black would have been troublesome. Now he tries to switch the rook to c7.
Yeah, Gukesh snags the pawn. Now White's in position to activate the rook. But now it's 2 pawns. C3 pawn's very well defended. And he didn't take on e7. He was definitely afraid of bishop f3 there, which would have been very, very painful.
Oh yeah. Like even here, Black could consider c2, bishop f3, right? Like bishop f3 is
c2.
Yeah.
Oh, what a move. Oh, bishop f3. So he's going for the mating net. He gives up the passed pawn. Oh, but this is super difficult for White. E4 is going to hang. Only 20 seconds, though, for Gukesh, so he still has to...
White rook's going to have to come to b2, right? Like, he can cover the back rank mate for now on b1, but that means the bishop has to keep it square on c2. So against, like, rook c3, or he's going to have to go rook b2. Against rook a2, he would have to go bishop b1 or something.
Oh, rook b3.
Wow.
Okay,
nice move
for the rook endgame.
6-5-4 for Gukesh.
Oh, he takes. He goes for the rook endgame. Okay, he's definitely still better. He's got the extra pawn, but White's bishop was so passive. Yeah, I think eval bar didn't like the trade there for Black. Imagine just keeping the bishops on was probably stronger, but only 5 seconds. So yeah, you gotta. What can you do? You gotta play fast. But
so here you have to check. Can't let the king go to e5. Great defensive technique.
Yeah, cannot allow
back
that.
Again.
f6.
He's going to try and play h4 for space, so maybe king h3, so that you'd have f4 check ready. Keep that Black king back. And now maybe mark time with the rook. No. Gives the Black king f5.
Yeah, lets the king come in.
That was a very risky choice, e5.
Yeah, and Gukesh knows. He picked up a second pawn. Now it's 2 pawns. Now this feels great winning chances for Black.
Rook d2 looked much stronger last move. Gotta say, that felt like almost like a mouse slip. Like
a mouse slip rook d2. That's
because the king, you trap the king on h3, and then there's sort of much more room to.
I'm with you, David. Look, these kids, they still have lessons to learn in the end game. Okay, I'm with you. They can calculate everything, but they don't have, the hand just yet. Okay, D2,
Yeah.
he's running the pawn. White's king is on G2, but this is very committal with D2 because now Black's rook is
Oh my
tied
God.
down. F5, ooh, keeping Black's king
Stopping
in.
the king from E6. That was sweet.
Yeah, I feel like Raunak is defending this like an absolute machine.
Now
How does Black's king get in?
Completely boxed in.
Oh man, what an endgame.
3 seconds each. I mean, you can still try for some kind of mouse slip kind of situation or a surprise move. King comes out. King's loose. He's got nowhere to hide from checks.
Yeah, that's the problem. When the pawn's on D2, king can't hide. Only chance.
Sparkling
H4.
defense.
Yeah.
It's just a draw.
And that endgame, it looked so winning for Gukesh. He's still 2 pawns up. It feels like, maybe there's something, but it's hard to do
Checks
anything
from
with
behind.
this H pawn. White can just ignore it. And yeah, exactly. Just give checks. And yeah, at a certain point, it actually just comes trivial. And draw agreed. Gukesh realizes nothing he can do with the 2 pawns. No reason to waste time. And next game, that I gotta say, it's got to be disappointing for Gukesh. Feels like that was 100% his game to win.
Yeah.
But he went into that rook end game. We immediately felt like, ooh, this isn't so easy. And Raunak just defended it like, wow, very, very clean.
I would say shocking hold by Raunak Sadhwani. Like watching that position, you would not think that more than 1 out of 100 games Black would avoid losing.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. Very, very surprising that he held on there. Okay, and I like how they've switched it up. They've advanced to more sophisticated openings. They're not playing the knight c3, beginner's Italian game. Now we've got a classic Berlin with this bishop takes c6 exchange structure.
Very, very, very 21st century position. In fact, position of the 2020s of our decade. This variation.
Yeah.
Caruana plays these positions. Magnus plays these positions. Wesley plays these positions. All the top players now play these positions here. Yeah. In 10 short minutes, we went from kids in 1890 to the top pros in 2023. So they're giving us a tour of chess history here.
Yeah, I have a feeling both these guys are going to be mixing up their openings quite a bit as they just try different things, look to surprise. I think they both kind of have that in their style. Now this is a very interesting position. White's given up one of their bishops, but they've got 2 knights and a nice dark squared bishop in return. And these pieces, they coordinate very well, especially when they attack the e5 square. So definitely quite a reasonable approach, I think, from Gukesh.
Yeah.
Now, knight h4. I love this. The other knight, knight a5, knight h4. Oh man, just breaking all the rules.
But do people still go on and on about knight on the rim is grim and that kind of stuff, or have we moved past it now?
It still comes up. It still comes up. Sadly. But yeah, if the knights got prospects, folks, they're good. This knight comes back to c4. This knight can jump to f5.
Yeah. I feel like I hear less of those sort of silly pseudo principles now. It's a lot more of like +1, +1.3. Just like I think a lot of people are just much less stereotyped because they're working with computers, and so it's sort of whatever works.
Yeah, I think we're definitely moving away from a lot of the classic principles. They're still fun to say, like all rook end games are drawn. That last one was drawn. It was drawn.
Yeah.
So sometimes there is some wisdom to these things. But of course, chess is it's a game of exceptions. That's what makes it so interesting and complicated at the same time. It's like you have all these principles, you have all these rules, and you have a million situations where it's also quite reasonable to break the rules and try something different.
Yeah. All right. Black covers the F5 square and says, "Thank you for covering the F5 square."
Oh man, but he could not take there. I mean, he could take, but the problem is White just takes back with the pawn. The bishop on e6 is still trapped. White wins back the piece, and Black's king would just be wide open for the rest of the game. So,
and that's Black's best piece, that light squared bishop. So the
Absolutely.
fact that it's trapped and it has to trade itself for a knight, then you don't have the bishop pair. You have weak light squares as well as the weak king. So
Yeah, yeah,
wow,
yeah.
the knight
And,
just sits right there.
yeah, they're just gonna play a game of chicken with this knight. Why just leaving the knight for? I honestly love these kinds of positions where you just leave the piece there for as long because you don't want to go back. I mean, you're not
Yeah.
some kind of chicken. You don't want to just retreat your knight. Oh, but he has to
Oh,
because he traded an
chicken.
escape square. Wow, no
Yeah.
shame from Gukesh. He's like, I don't care. I provoke the weakness.
On that king h1 move, Kostya, I was thinking maybe queen d2 to threaten knight h6, knight f5, queen
Hmm.
h6, but he's playing a higher level positional game here. He's not on that cheap mate
Well,
threats.
now he's managed to provoke black into advancing his king side, and the bishop
Mhm.
on b2 is suddenly awakened. It's no longer biting on granite since black pushed f5 here. So yeah, this is actually, I think, extremely double-edged. We might even see like f4 at some point from white.
Mhm.
But yeah, with f5, I mean, knight on h4 is still doing a lot of work, putting a ton of pressure on g6.
The most exciting move would be knight g6.
Hmm.
Just
Maybe he's
trading two
calculating.
knights for that light squared bishop, opening up the king a little bit, then playing f4. It's very, very speculative.
Yeah, yeah, but it's exactly the kind of thing you look for when you feel like your opponent has weakened their king side. He's certainly calculating something.
Yeah.
They
And
analyzed a lot of moves.
GF, queen h5 is also like a very simple approach trying to get into those squares, but then queen e8 sort
It
of
does take once.
covers it all.
Now, yeah, queen h5, queen e8, and probably white doesn't want the endgame with black's king being pretty weak here. I feel like you want to keep queens on the board. You want to just get f4 in at some point.
Yeah. Well,
Just
immediately. I mean, I think the follow up he's going for is f4 here. Would be
f4. But if
somewhat
black takes,
shocked.
then how do you take back? Because you have a problem with the knight on h4.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe then you throw in queen h5, queen e8, trade queens, and then take back.
He goes queen e2. Yeah, feels a little slow, but I think he just wants to get the rook into the game. Sometimes in blitz, like you just can't spend forever, even if you know like you might have something strong. It's like, yeah, you just
Oh,
got to make moves.
Kostya on f4, he can now play knight e to f5. That's why he can permit himself this move. Because the big thing about me wanting to play f4 for white is
Hmm.
you don't want black to put all the pawns on dark squares, open up the light squared bishop. But this tactic f4 knight f5, which won't come up, is an example of the kind of stuff going on nonstop. These guys are calculating crazy stuff all the time. Takes,
Yeah,
takes, takes.
we need
Queen
four.
e4,
Then
and
g4.
the only piece that could save the rook would be like the queen going to g5, but it leaves a8 hanging on the other light square. So
Oh, and other rook is hanging as well. I wanted both rooks.
yeah, well, there's queen g5 instead of f6, and then you only have
That's fair. Fair enough.
yeah.
So queen g5 played. Now c4. Wow, fighting on the queen side, but getting some light squares, especially
Mm.
the d5 square for the knight.
I think c4 is so the knight on e3 can potentially move without allowing bishop d5. I think it's a defensive. I don't know about necessity, but
It's kind of similar to their first game where Raunak was definitely a little bit weaker on the king side, but then he built up a lot of space, a lot of activity. He had the two bishops, but still a lot of weaknesses. And yeah, we can see White's king especially getting in trouble on the light squares one day if Black's bishop ever finds itself on like the long diagonal, which could
yep.
definitely happen.
Yeah, c4
So,
stops bishop d5, but definitely bishop c8 to b7
mhm.
is an option for black in a
Might
sort of eventual future.
yeah, we might see that at some point. Um, hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is tricky. Gukesh a little bit up on the clock, at
Mhm.
about 20 seconds ahead here. Just trying to
I
figure
really
out how
wanted
to play this.
I really wanted to
Oh,
play knight f6 to
moves.
g4 for Raunak, which would have hung the e5 pawn, and so bishop f7 defends e5 with the rook. Might be possible.
And queen h5, looking for the endgame. I don't know, do you go for the endgame here, or do you keep the pressure on the board?
I mean, it would allow us to finally play f4, which seems like such an important move. but it gives up the factor of the black king being exposed. But the question is white's king so much better? It's a tough decision. I probably would have just traded queens and played f4.
Going for the end game. Yeah, I mean, that's always what they say. Against the kids, you want to go for the end game. But the problem is they're both kids. So can they both go for the end game against each other? Is that a valid strategy?
Also, they're both just like so good. I think go for the end game against kids is like sound advice against a kid rated, 1800 or even 2000, 2100. They may have some like really strong points and still some weaknesses. Once the kid you're talking about is, rated 2700 FIDE, I don't think there's any advice left.
That's true. Yeah, it's a little bit of the night on the rim is dim of chess strategies. Oh, just go for the end game.
Yeah,
should be fine. Hey, shout out to the Twitch chat. We see you guys. How's everyone doing? Oh boy, Raunak down to 20 seconds. He just played King G8. Engine doesn't like that. He had 20 seconds. Okay, what do you want from him, right? He needs to make a move.
Got out of the way of the queen on c2. I mean, d4 is what I was calculating for white, so he got out of the way.
Yeah, Gukesh for sure wanted that. Now Gukesh building up bishop e6, and yeah, we're gonna see a just insane scramble once again. There's just too many pieces on the board for this not to just completely explode. Now bishop c8. Remember, we thought about this. Bishop comes to b7.
He needs that counterplay because e5 is getting sieged.
Boy, knight d7.
Besides, the knight needs to drop back.
Knight comes back. Yeah, that was a little weird, but he's covering f5 and defending e5, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Now 20 seconds for both players.
I don't see any clearly good moves for either of them.
I'd just be shuffling here back and forth. Yeah, King G1, just don't flag. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, definitely.
Just try not to lose the game. Yeah,
definitely flagging would not be your optimal.
No, I don't think flagging would be good. H7. Oh man, they're both just trying to get moves off in time. A5, A4.
Preventing black from opening the A file. So now at least they only need to think about one side of the board. Oh, he falls into it finally.
He saw the one coming. Oh, he wins the exchange.
Yeah.
Gukesh now winning, but he's only got 3 seconds. The position's still complete. Look at black's bishops. This could easily turn bad. Rook G8 coming.
Yeah. If he played Rook G8, white had Rook E7. That's why he didn't go for it. And Gukesh flags.
Oh no, he flagged on F4. Oh no. He was completely winning too, but it's such a crazy position. He just didn't get a move off in time.
Is this a scary start for Gukesh yet? He is losing on time in the 5-minute games a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, it's such a complicated position. It's a little bit different when, like flagging in an endgame where you have like one piece you can just move back and forth versus flagging in a position like that. I mean, oh boy.
Raunak letting it sail, throwing the H-pawn up the board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Raunak's feeling it. He's good. He's up 2 points. He's happy.
Is he in some kind of weird opening prep as well? Like, is this some kind of like blitz opening that he's prepared at some point?
You know who I've seen do this kind of thing? Former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. Especially in like online time controls, he's really gotten into a lot of these like funky English setups, but they're very dangerous. I mean, black's king is already under like serious pressure here, but knight f5. I mean, Gukesh lost some games, but he's still Gukesh, right? He's still fighting back here. He's not going anywhere by a long shot. David, to answer your question, I mean, it's definitely a bad sign, but I would say still very, very early in the match. And once these players get warmed up, I think it's going to be very, very close in the end, regardless.
Yeah. Oh, there's so much going on, so much to say. First of all, I also had that question about, is this some kind of opening prep? But you said maybe he's just feeling it. I think it was he's just feeling it because that knight f5 move was so strong. If that were a position that he had specifically prepared before, that interchange of h5 and f4, no, I think knight f5 is too strong a move. So I think he was just feeling excited a little bit and went for something juicy.
Yeah, but now look at this. I think it turned out great for Rana because we got opposite sides castling, but White's king just looks so much safer on the
Hmm.
queen side, and Black's structure is just so hard to play with all these pawns. And Rook
Yeah.
takes h4, the exchange sack, and just g5. Oh man,
Wow.
honestly, it feels a little unnecessary. Not gonna lie, but but we can feel the confidence, right? I mean, what a sack!
Yeah, he's created quite a nice knight position. Um, and although Gukesh has the bishop pair as well as the extra exchange, it's hard to use bishops and rooks in this position. Raunak has created a very, very knight favorable position right now.
It's really very practical sacrifice. I mean, he has a lot of moves. He's got knight f3. He's got rook to g1 coming.
Queen
Of course,
e8
this
is the
bishop
big
on
question.
e2 is aiming at the king. Yeah, queen e8 could be annoying hitting pawn on h5. I mean, I feel like strategically this sack has a ton of kind of value because Black's bishop on c8 is just, it's not going to see the king side anytime soon. It's just kind of stuck on the queen side. Queen e8, nice
Yeah.
find by Gukesh, asking some
Yeah.
questions to White's h5 pawn, mainly how are you going to defend it?
Yep.
Now g6, that's how.
Yeah. Now the king side is locked up,
right?
And the h4 pawn is not a foregone conclusion. Like Black could consider playing, queen e7, bishop f6, holding on to it. And it's hard to have a free hand on the rest of the board when you have to deal with that passed h pawn.
Right, and I feel like Raunak's thinking a little bit like, why did I sack the exchange?
Uh-huh.
It could have had all this, but with a rook. Who gave up my rook?
Yeah.
And now e5.
Okay. Well, I liked his position until I noticed queen e8, and then I changed my mind.
It takes. But this is going to let Black play f4 at some point and then free his light square bishop, and then Black is for sure doing fantastic. I mean, if this bishop gets out, White's going to lose all their pawns on the king side.
Yeah. I mean, I said he created a knight favorable position, but what do knights hate most of all?
Wait, I know this one.
Yeah. What's their like, nemesis? What's the thing that they have nightmares about themselves?
Rook pawns.
Yes. Knights have bad dreams about past rook pawns. So that thing on h3 is like, no, the knights are not going to win this game.
Oh man. Well, it's still on Gukesh to win this. I mean, it's a very, very sharp position.
Yeah.
And the problem is White has tons of play, like c5 is hanging, e5 is hanging, so you have to be very precise here as Black. Maybe f4, just invite the endgame with queen takes c5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, f4 and
the extra
e4
material.
Both look good to me.
e4 also just opening up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. With the f4, the more obvious move to me, because you can also go, bishop g4 to h5 to g6 at some point.
Or played. I have a feeling he's gonna play like queen e4 or something, like not.
But then
go for the
bishop f5, queen c6, and
yeah,
queen
just pray.
Pretty weird, right?
So
okay, your
E4.
answer is to pray.
e4, yeah. No, f4 looks very, very strong. I think Gukesh is in control, but he needs to win. Like, if he doesn't win this game, then things are going to start to really, I think, feel difficult. Because I feel like in these matches, it's always about momentum, especially if someone gets off to an early lead. The other player just feels like they can't win a game. They're just like behind and they can't do anything. And it's huge for your confidence, and it's not good. You definitely need confidence to win against a strong player. So
I can also imagine how it would feel for me to play against Raunak, because Raunak plays unbelievable defense, right? And he's very, very resilient and tricky as well. And sometimes he'll even win the positions he's losing instead of just drawing them. And that defense and that Banco endgame down the past C pawn. I mean, what I think can happen is you just stop believing that you can beat the guy. Like, you just how do you ever push this guy off a ledge? And you sort of,
at a certain point, it just feels unfair. Frankly, it just feels unfair.
Like, how many extra pieces do I need to win a game? I can't do it.
Yeah. But once Gukesh gets that first win, then I feel like we're gonna see a big shift in the momentum because then it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I remember now. I'm Gukesh.
Right. That's
I'm the youngest player ever to have been in Magnus Carlsen. You remember that? Oh yeah, you're. I think it's kind of a thing. It's like you feel like you're only as good as your last game, right? And right now, Gukesh's last games, of course, he's probably not feeling great about them. But
well,
that's
he
why he
should
has to win
win.
this one.
He should win this one, Kostya, by the way, because I'm just realizing they're about to hit their first break of the match, right? Because they've played just about 45 minutes out of the 90-minute 5-1 portion. So they're probably going to have a short little break right after this game. It would be great if he'd won a game when he goes into the break.
Absolutely. Especially if it's like if you have chances, it's not like he's been worse in every game and then Raunak converts. It's like, if you're winning the game, it's like, yeah, you feel like you want to convert. It's very important. Now knight c3. So Raunak bringing the knight back. He's got a lot of squares to choose from this knight. He's looking at d5, b5, e4. So knight is working. Knight is working.
Yeah, and again, I don't know. Gukesh spent a lot of time relatively on that rook d8 move and on the current move, but it felt like last move maybe he wanted to play rook c8 or e4 and came up with something fancier. Because now white is trying to prevent him from playing just e4 and queen e4.
Look at this, the counter attack. These guys, they just have their tactics ready and
Queen
loaded. So if
f8.
rook takes, black was going to lose whole rook there after knight e7, knight c6.
Yeah. So he finds queen f8. 1 minute left for Gukesh, which is relevant because he's sort of run out of his time resource while trying to convert good positions, right?
Yeah, again, the position is super complicated, super sharp. And we'll see if he's able to kind of close it out. I think at a certain point, it's like you gotta go bishop g4. You gotta start taking pawns. Right now, e5's hanging though, so we'll see what he does. But yeah, at a certain point, black has to start winning this game.
Yeah, if he goes e4, there's bishop g7, queen g7, knight f6 check. And it's hard to get that knight out because white's going to play d takes e4 and then e4, e5. So instead, he tries to cover the e5 square.
Yeah, I like rook e8, covering knight e7 check just in case, covering the e-pawn. And I feel like it's really time. Go bishop g4. I'd try bishop e6 maybe at some point, see if I can trade it off for knight on d5, but yeah, eventually black and rook g1, stopping rook g4. Or stopping bishop g4, sorry, and just kind of nice prophylactic move. And yeah, asking black, what are you going to do? How are you going to convert this? Both rooks passive. It's tough. It's tough.
Okay, my idea would be king h8. Never mind. I want to play e4 and then put my queen on g7 without allowing knight f6 check because the knight on f3 will be hit by a pawn. But anyway, this move also, it's another move I'd thought of trying to stop knight f6 as well.
Similar idea, yeah, but with tempo, inviting white to grab on a7, which would give him a lot of material. He decides not to, goes queen b7. Interesting. Yeah. Like, I guess keeping an eye on the rook on.
Exactly. The queen wants to recapture on g7, right? So you can't play e4 when the rook on c8 is hanging. That's why I sort of gave up on rook e6 myself.
Yeah, so e4 is always in the background. Now queen f7. Wow. Forcing the endgame. Oh, because he gets the exchange back. But is this going to be enough for white? Because black still has a very strong light-scored bishop and h3 pawn.
Wow, he
rook
gives
takes
up the
a2.
e5 pawn.
Yeah, but he's
e2 and h2.
E2 as well. I think Gukesh has
offering an opposite-colored bishop ending here.
That's right.
Take, push h2. Oh, but then the bishop f4.
Yeah, it gets e2. So, well, hold on. Actually, white ended up a pawn up here. So,
yeah,
I don't think. Yeah, Raunak's escaping once again.
It feels that way at the moment. Now king e2, and if rook
f3,
rook f1.
You just hung the d3 pawn. All right, never mind. No. I changed my mind. I'm flopping. Gukesh winning. Gukesh winning.
He's still somewhat better, but it's not clear if it's enough to win right now. It's close.
I mean, the trend just that was huge. Just picking up those two pawns. Now he gets to activate the king.
And he's a few seconds ahead. Raunak's playing his moves with less than a second on the clock, some of these moves.
Yeah. I mean, Raunak has again defended like an absolute maniac.
Yeah.
But now it's 2 pawns, and it's like, okay, Black has a very strong control over the position as well. He's not going to lose the H pawn anytime soon. Oh, looks like he might be able to get H2 in.
Yeah.
He wins the bishop. Now it should be clean for Gukesh. He's got the extra piece. He's got the H pawn. It should be very, very simple. Get the rook behind the pawn.
Nice.
And
he's
it's the
win
right
it without
color
the
bishop.
H pawn.
Oh
no,
no. Oh yeah, I had that moment too. He's gonna try to just convert rook and bishop against rook. Okay, he finds a way to trade rooks, and now it's over. And okay, Raunak playing it out all the way to mate.
Yeah.
Forcing Gukesh to show that he can win the game. And that's it. Gukesh picks up his first win. Huge score for Gukesh. So now it's going to be a 1-point lead going into the first break. And we can see he is stoic.
A lot to talk about in what we've just seen there. A lot to talk about, but we're going to take a very short break as the players take a very short break. There's 40 minutes or so of 5+1 action left in the first time control. When we come back in just a moment, everybody.
On the gridiron, success is measured in a 60-minute gauntlet of athletic resilience and mental fortitude. The ability to outplay and outthink one's opponent is the difference between that sweet victory and crushing defeat. And on these 64 squares, much is the same. It's a battle of will, grit, and determination, minus the bone-crushing hits, of course. But what happens when the two cross paths? This.
2 seconds.
What?
Gotta move.
What?
Oh my God.
For the second year, some of the National Football League's biggest stars turned their attention from the field to the chessboard once again.
Oh my God.
Instead of in zone, it's in game. Instead of QB sacks, it's queen sacks. Instead of check downs, it's checkmates. All the metaphors you can handle.
Oh man.
He's about to be Blitz champ.
Chidobe Awuzie is the first Blitz champion.
And the winner, well, they get to talk about it forever. Put the cleats and pads away and get ready to lead your 16 chessmen to glory. This is Blitz Champs 2. Watch all the action live on twitch.tv/chess and youtube.com/chess on June 23rd.
Hi chess parents, Fun Master Mike from Chess Kid here. Are you still looking for summer camps for your kids? Well, our friends at Magnus Chess Academy have got you covered. There's a different summer camp every week online. Just like our lessons on Chess Kid, these camps can be educational, but they're also a lot of fun. They're going to teach your kids resilience and a lot of spatial reasoning and decision making, learning from losses, positive growth mindset, a whole bunch of other factors. They're going to make them better people as well as better chess players. Just click on the link to find out more about all of our offerings. Like Chess Kid, Magnus Chess Academy is part of the Chess.com family.
And here you see Grandmaster Raunak Sadhwani currently ahead by 1 point in his second JSCC final. After playing this final match as well in 2021, here he is in 2023 with a slight lead, up 1 point against the top seed, Gukesh, after the first half of the 5-1. And Kostya, what do you think of the start so far, the chances for the two players?
Fantastic match, David. It's been a fantastic match so far. We saw Raunak get off to an early lead, Gukesh missing some winning positions there, but then he gets that fourth game win. It wasn't clean. It was quite messy, but I think that might even be a good thing. The fact that he now has this confidence, he knows he can win some time scrambles against Raunak.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we were going to get ourselves a very, very close match, as was predicted by the Oracle Smarter Chess. Looks like we're going to have a couple, we're going to have a second half now of the 5+1 portion. The game is just about to get underway.
Yeah, Raunak started off his semifinal match down 3 games, which was, I think, a very, very big surprise. So here he's down. Sorry, did I say Raunak or Gukesh? Gukesh started off his semifinal down 3 games. Now he's down 1. So it's a little bit less of a surprise the second time, I guess, when we've already seen it once. We've seen him come back just fine. But the level of defense from Raunak has been really terrifying to me personally.
Yeah, just fantastic defense with just no time on the clock, just seconds on the clock. He's not only finding reasonable moves, he's finding like strong moves. They're seeing strong tactics. Moves. Honestly, they're both playing amazing in the time scrambles, but Raunak in particular has been very, very good on the defensive side of things. And here we have game 5 of the match. Raunak 1 point ahead, Gukesh with the white pieces. And I think this is our first repeat opening, Gukesh going for this kind of Berlin exchange structure once again.
Yep, absolutely right. I was thinking the same thing. That said, Raunak played great in this game. I mean, in the game 2 games ago where they had this position, I didn't personally see any crack in his play that would have encouraged me to say, hey, I'm going back to this thing. But of course, Gukesh saw something in there that I didn't see, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. But okay, it's a little bit different now. He just played d4. He's opening up the position. A little counterintuitive since you're playing against the 2 bishops. But on the other hand, when black takes and then white recaptures, you do get this kind of long-term thing where, I'm sorry, hold on. White's not going to recapture. I'm sorry. Normally white would recapture. Here there's just e5. Yeah. It's just e5, David, and just wins the piece. Recapturing might be fine too. You get the nice structure, but e5.
Sure.
That would hurt.
Surprising detail. So that makes it feel like knight d7 is almost the only move, yet we see Raunak going in for a deep think. So there was obviously an adjustment he was making there, and some other things he was checking.
Covers the e5 square. I think makes sense. Now I feel like c3, logical move here from white. Okay, goes queen to e2. Maybe intending rook to d1 at some point. Yeah,
I mean, there were a lot of interesting moves possible, not necessarily good, but from black's perspective, stuff you have to watch out for. White could have done a general trade-off on e5 followed by f4. f4, f5, just rushing that pawn up the board. There was also a weird line with d4, d5, so I understand now the time Raunak spent. Gukesh sends the bishop over to h4. Very, very limited scope. He's going to have to really pressure the e5 square a lot.
Yeah, interesting move or kind of maneuver by Gukesh there. Like provokes f6, brings the bishop to h4. Probably going to reposition the bishop to g3 at some point to target black's own dark squared bishop. And just rook d1, just kind of building up. Like, it's going to be a quiet game, and I expect no pieces will be traded until there's like 30 seconds left, and then we're just going to get complete mayhem.
Okay. Fair prediction.
Yeah, that's my Smarter Chess prediction for this game.
Yeah. By the way, what do you think overall of the Smarter Chess prediction? Like, do you think that there is a favorite in this match? And By how much? Like, would you be surprised to see your underdog win?
No, I don't think there's a particular favorite. I think both players are just monsters, and either one of them can win as long as they have a better day than the other. I think it really just depends on who has the better day, who is in better shape, who sees more tactics, who's a little bit looser and faster with the mouse. I think that's the player that, and it could just come down to like one or two bullet. It could come down to just one sequence in one bullet game that decides, the next junior speed chess champion. So I feel like sometimes these things, not really about like who's the favorite or who deserves it more or anything like that. It's really just about who happens to be a little bit luckier at the right moment.
Yeah. Yeah, if it is truly that closely matched. And given that they won their semifinals by similar margins, it does feel like it could be that evenly matched. I think I speak for most people in the world, Kostya, when I say I would want to somehow be cleverer than smarter chess. When I see someone else make predictions, I always want to have like a better prediction than them. You might be one of the few people that doesn't fall into that category, but most people love for someone else to be a little bit wrong and for you to be a little bit more right than them. And so I find it mildly infuriating in general that the smarter chess predictions tend to be accurate.
Okay, and hold on, what's going on here? This is something terrible has happened for Gukesh.
Left the bishop on g3 hanging.
I think he played f3, yeah, without fully anticipating the consequences if he takes d4, because now black snags a pawn. He can't recapture it. Bishop is hanging, queen is hanging. The queen drops back to f2. Now c5. Thank you for the pawn, sir. Takes, knight d1.
He was trying to limit that bishop, that light squared bishop, which is well intentioned. I mean, that's a dangerous bishop. So he played h3 and he played f3, and he was trying to be ready for any f5 or g4 shenanigans, and unfortunately missed a tactical detail, which is something that both of these players rarely do, and Raunak spotted it.
Yeah, so now Raunak just a clear pawn up, but it'll still be tough. These positions are never easy, right? Black's king is going to be a little bit exposed. White's knights are always going to be jumping around knight g4, knight g3, targeting black's queen.
We'll see if Gukesh is as resilient and tricky in defense as Raunak. I would suspect he won't be quite. That's something that Raunak has, maybe at even a slightly better level as a practical skill.
Yeah. Possible line, like bishop takes a2 here. I could grab this pawn.
Yeah.
And then meet knight g3, queen f7.
Very, very risky. Knight f5.
Yeah.
Attacking h6 and d6. Whew.
Yeah. 2 pawns.
Really clinging to the a pawn.
At what cost? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, 92. Wow, Raunak, hold on. He's down 2 minutes on the clock here. He's not used to the burden of having a nice position trying to convert in this match. But like you said, this is now going to be Gukesh's turn to kind of defend a very, very difficult position. But thankfully for him, he has a lot of time on the clock.
Well, yeah, and suddenly we see him like speeding up, right? Like he answered queen f7, which he thought about for a minute, right? And he answered with f4, basically instantaneously, like hammering that responsibility, right? You need to really think about your moves when you have the advantage. Isn't it so sad? All right.
Ooh, knight g4. Don't blunder. Knight takes h6. It's going to win the queen.
No, he's not going to blunder that. That's silly.
I know. I was talking to chat. Don't blunder.
Even chat's not going to blunder it. Like the guy just played knight g4 looking straight at h6.
Okay. I was telling myself not to blunder. Knight takes h6. All right. Knight comes back to e3. And, these knights are jumping around. Now he's looking at that f5 square.
He's really telling him to take a2, though. He's selling it.
Yeah, he's like, you got to take something. Takes f4. But that invites more knights into the game.
Yeah, well, I guess f1, right? So
trades a bishop. Knight takes f4.
This looks chaotic. Like knight d5, queen e4, knight f6. Because you don't want the black queen locked away from the king side. That's really dangerous for black.
when he goes this way, keeping the rook open on the d file. And yeah, knight takes f6 is a huge problem for black. No, it's looking very good for Gukesh. I mean, he's a pawn down, but he's got the initiative. And eval baller just shot way up.
Well, yeah,
Just takes on f6.
He threatened knight f6, and black didn't find a way to stop it.
No, well, he found a way not to lose the exchange, but queen h4, and now this one is hanging as well. Oh, queen h4, super strong.
11 seconds left, and it has fallen apart quickly. And if this were your first time watching a chess match, you would think having good positions is really bad in chess.
That was it. Raunak resigns. Or did he flag? I didn't see the end, but the position was dead lost. There was no defense to all the threats. So Gukesh, he turns that one around, evens up the match. 2.5, 2.5 each. Ask Raunak how he likes it not to win a winning position.
Yeah. Pretty frustrating, right?
Yeah.
Pretty frustrating.
And now we've got ourselves a full-blown match here.
Yeah. Raunak goes back to c4.
Somehow I feel like Raunak's not going to be particularly phased. He's played a couple of matches before. I think he knows there's always going to be swings. You got to keep your energy up. There's still going to be a 3-minute portion, 1-minute portion. A lot of chess left to be played.
Yeah. We're going to get a technical game finally, I think, Kosti. I think we're going to see knight c3, rook c3, knight d4.
Yeah, this might be the first time we're seeing like a couple of piece trades.
Wrong.
Wrong
on. Again.
Okay, all right. We got some trade.
Yeah.
We got some trade. We might even get more trades here. David, we might get a heavy piece endgame. Queens and rooks and pawns.
This is why they shouldn't have old people commentating on a young people's game. I'm like sitting here rooting for an endgame, Kostya. It's like, what? What? Get rid of this guy. What's he doing here? Shut up and go home, old guy. Queen c2, maybe finally forcing that trade.
Yeah.
No, but knight c3, bishop h7, it's risky now.
Look, come on. These kids, they've been working with like Soviet coaches, right, for a while. These kids, they get visited by people like Gelfand, like Kramnik. They come in, they tell them not to play bullet. Actually, I don't know if we mentioned this fact on the show, David, but it's quite well known about Gukesh that he didn't use engines, right, until he was a very, very strong player at the request of his coach.
Yeah.
And we can see how that turned out for him. His analytical
very
skills,
famous.
His calculation, it's pretty good. It's pretty strong.
When I think of Gukesh, and it's always hard for me to evaluate players over a certain level, which is around 2,700. I start to really struggle to say like their strengths and their weaknesses because it starts to just all seem really strong. But when I think of Gukesh, the first strength that I think of is calculation. Like I think like, oh my goodness, in a classical game, the depth to which he's calculating to me is just wow.
Absolutely.
Raunak had a tactic in mind.
Now, what's he doing here?
Time.
He just pitched this pawn c4. So on queen takes c4, he wants knight d2, right?
Yeah.
Now on bishop c4, I assume he wants something
like knight
terrible.
g3.
Something
terrible. Knight g3, queen c3.
But yeah, eval bar's not impressed. So knight g3, queen c3, getting out of the attack by hitting the mate. There's no knight e2 check. And black would just have to drop back, right, to defend the pawn.
Wow.
But then where did your pawn go? Now white's just would be a pawn up. Let's see if and bishop c4 played. Raunak calling the bluff.
Yeah.
Unconvinced. I mean, well, what options did white have? It's not like he's going to go bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4, and then resign the game. That's probably not what Raunak would want.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak for these players, but that's probably not what he would want.
Mm-hmm.
So takes, and then just bishop f5. Poor Gukesh admitting his mistake. You're right. I didn't have anything. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oof.
And can't get one past Raunak.
See, he could have had a technical endgame, Kostya. Now he's got a position where he's down an outside passed pawn, knight versus rook pawn, and a raging bishop pair. Ugh.
Yeah. This
Take
is
the
now
take the end
feels like
game.
technically winning position for white. You get this past a pawn and oof.
But let's say this, Ghostia, like if I ever had this position as black, I would have been in a hurry to trade off that dark squared bishop with my knight, right? That's why it was all my brain could think was that this technical position was coming, because if you ever give your opponent the chance to play bishop b2, I feel like you're so much worse. And of course, Gukesh just understands it at a higher level. Like he just knows that he can allow it. I mean, obviously he didn't, hanging the pawn was a bad thing, but he doesn't have that same fear that I have about a certain type of position.
Yeah. But okay. Now look at White's bishop. How did that work out for him?
Mm-hmm.
Not great in this game.
Maybe a little fear could have been helpful.
A little fear of the bishop here might have been apropos. Now he got a chance to trade off
a back
White's
rank mate,
bishop,
no?
but that's just game. Oof. What a tactic. Oh man.
Oh god, he just
boy.
thought he thought that Raunak
So
hung
fast.
that A pawn. That was not realistic. That was not realistic to think that Raunak had just hung the A pawn.
Oh man. Oh, he just fell for that hook line in center.
Yeah.
Oof. Wow. And then the back rank. Man, that happened so fast. We had everything covered.
Yeah. It happened so fast, I thought maybe Coast is like showing like an analysis variation. It took me a moment to realize like Gukesh is just playing straight down, like mate on the board.
Oh man, bishop takes e6.
Chat giving us the advice, you could call it hook, line, and stinker. it was a bit of a blunder there.
That's good. That's what I should have said. Thank you. That was a blunder on my end. All right,
It's fine. We can all pick up some tricks today on the chessboard and on the mic. We've got opposite castled kings again. Yes.
Yeah. So again with the Berlin, but this time, the first time Black has castled queenside has Raunak in these positions, going into just a very, very sharp position. And now bishop h5. Ooh, this could get very double-edged very quickly. And queen e3, unpinning, but also I feel like Black really wants to go g5 in this position. So White 100% has to kind of fight against that.
Yeah. And you can see the subtext of what's going on in this clash, Kostya, is last game, Raunak played great with kingside castling and f6, a pristine game. And Gukesh made a slip, and Raunak got a good position and then lost. So this time, Raunak's like, I got to switch it up. I can't get such a good position. I can't play, straight into this position that I knew so well and played perfectly. Let me try and get maybe a bad position before it's too late, put some pressure on Gukesh, and then get the comeback.
Exactly. But yeah, Raunak, he's back to the 1 point lead. Definitely feeling good because he was, he gave back 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, this game again, I think it could go, of course, any 3 ways, as most of these games have been. All right, now we got the structure we almost talked about previously, where it's like in the long run, White has 4 pawns against 3 on the king side, and can make a pass pawn in the long run, not anytime soon. But f4, e5. But for Black with the doubled c pawns, this 4 versus 3. It's actually pretty ineffective in the endgame and very, very easy to block for White. So White's kind of long-term strategy here is the old man approach. Trade off all the pieces, get into a king and pawn endgame, and then you win because you effectively have an extra pawn in the position.
Yeah. We just got a very, very fancy A3 move. Like that's some classical chess in a blitz match. One observation I would make here is that to me, the E and D files are so volatile, open or half open, that it's not really a throw your pawns, pawn storm, clashing pawn storms kind of position. I think there's going to be some, fighting for central squares like you see with same side castling.
Mm-hmm. Knight c4, bishop c5, and then b4. Oh, knight b6. What a counter.
Never runs out of ideas.
C4. Oh, man. Very interesting. But knight a5. Oh. Bishop's hanging. He's got knight c6. Is he going to take on c6?
That would
You have
change
to
the
pop
character of the game.
Got to pop on c6 here.
Oh, Kostya,
just
how
rook
he
d1.
doesn't.
Gukesh.
I was thinking knight c6, bc6, queen d3.
Yeah, exactly. I
Not
mean,
even bringing the second knight.
There's got to be someone. Let's go back quickly because we've got time. Let's just see.
You want to
Let's
see if we can
what
if we can figure out if it was good or bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I think this was it. Knight c6 takes. He's got like queen e2, for example. Oh man, that would have been devastating.
The king's going to have to come to d7, and
Right.
Then maybe rook a d1 right there.
Yeah, the attack continues. It's certainly not
Or-
easy for white, but we can see the king is running around.
Yeah.
But let's get back to the game
Okay.
here. So bishop d6, rook d1 played, rook he8, and queen f3. Oh boy, engine not liking a lot of these. It's such a sharp position. I'm imagining
Mhm.
white might be able to take on c6 in like all these positions and just just avoiding it. And e5, he finds that one though, hitting queen
Jesus.
b7.
In general, white has always been intending to answer. Well, there's no in general to it, but black always had this move queen e5 for white to watch out for. Sometimes the answer was knight back to f3. Queen on f3 blocks that, but now with e5, the rook will stop queen e5.
Man, how do you save even like Raunak the magician Sadhwani? I don't know if he can save this. Look at this. Dude, b7 is hanging. The bishop is obviously hanging. You got e6 coming to just totally mate the king. All right, c6.
Yeah.
But at this point, if he doesn't sack on c6, I mean, it's time.
Yeah. If he takes on d6, black can take twice on e1 and then take on d4.
Ooh,
And it's not. And then can you play knight c6 at the end there?
this could be good. Yeah, as long as maybe it takes here. Exactly. This could still be very, very good for white because the queen is going to be super strong against black's weak king. So he does take on d6. Oh, we just got this whole line. All right. So Gukesh knows. Knight c6 on the board. Rook takes d6. Now knight takes d4. So we got queen versus two rooks.
Opposite
Middle
colored
game.
bishops, still very messy. If knight c4, then queen c3, bishop f7. Goes another angle.
It was knight a4. Yeah, covering bishop c3. Bishop c3 very much playable, especially because knight takes, queen takes would be picking up the rook due to the check.
Yeah.
This still feels extremely nice for white because I've heard the queen is often better in the middle game against the two rooks.
No, Kostya, no.
You're saying I haven't heard that? Come on.
Two rooks are better. Two rooks are better.
No, it's not true, Dave. In the middle game, the queen can fight, especially when the king is open, of course.
I know that I won't convince Kostya. We've been arguing about this for a long time. But
the
chat,
wisdom is
know.
changing. Wisdom is changing. Everyone can see Magnus's win over Giri. Giri just picks up two rooks for his queen and then just loses immediately. It just walks into lost position.
Or his win over Nepo, where Nepo traded two rooks for a queen
in the end game
and then regretted it.
In the end game.
Well, often when you trade two rooks for a queen, it tends to move the game a lot closer to the end game.
But that's what I'm saying. This is still a middle game. There are a ton of pieces on the board, and
I mean,
if they
trade on b2, then the material is very similar to the Magnus versus Nepo game. Anyway, we'll argue offline later, everybody. For now, just remember that two rooks are better than a queen, and let's watch the action.
Yeah, but let's watch how Gukesh wins the game with his queen against the two rooks.
Okay, so the bishop on b2 can't really be repositioned. You want to play c4 here if you could, because you want to chip away at black's king. The factor that's most exciting for white is the black king position. So queen g8 to g7, sacking your bishop. You can also consider looking for a way in. And he just makes room to keep the bishop with bishop d4. So that
F3
and he hits the rook.
on e1.
So there's no knight b2.
I like the solution. I mean, if the bishop gets to d4 and is super solid, like on e3,
Mhm. Yeah.
and then he just goes back, that's a great sign for white's king. But of course, won't be easy to break through. I mean, black is now, it looks like Raunak has switched strategies. He was first playing for counterplay. Now it looks like he's just trying to build a fortress here.
The knight on a4 is pretty bad. White definitely has some juice.
Bishop f7, hitting the queen, bishop g6. Draw?
Yeah.
Draw?
Not a ton of good squares for this queen.
He finds a route, queen d2, queen comes to f4.
Okay. So now if the knight moves to like b6 or b2, for example, the bishop can't take it. You can go queen f4, unpinning the bishop, but then knight c4 defends the rook, and then bishop c5 at the end would win for white. That's why he moved the rook on e7. Okay. So
13 seconds for Raunak. He's got no time to defend this. He's doing his best, but rook d7. I feel like white just has total control, but still c2 is hanging.
They each need to improve their knight. That's the key to the position for both players.
Yeah,
right
both
here.
knights here kind of not doing much. Okay, queen e3 takes on c2.
If queen e6, king b7. Yeah, I
like
mean the knights are just
activate. I like queen e6.
Yeah.
Oh, bishop e3, getting ready to cut the rook with bishop f4. 3 seconds for Raunak.
He doesn't stop bishop f4, does he?
Oh, now the knight comes in.
Oh,
turning on Super Saiyan mode. He's not
doing great
flag
tonight.
Anymore.
They're both coming, and now anything could happen.
They heard you.
Happen in this.
They heard you. Look at this. But he snags the h7 pawn. I feel like that's going to be important. At a certain point, white can just start running the h pawn, playing for the 2 weaknesses.
No.
Back. Oh, and Raunak flags. Wow.
Two rooks are better. You guys saw it here. On to the next game. Now that we've learned so much about rooks, the match is now tied 3.5, 3.5, as close as can be. The match timer, we should take a look at every now and then. 15 minutes left in the 5-1 portion. So at least 2 games, and probably only 2 games left in the 5-1.
And yeah, Raunak definitely looking a little disappointed there. That's his first flag of the match. The position still had a ton of fight. I mean, it's not like it was time to resign just yet. But Gukesh, he's looking very, very motivated right now. And
I think Raunak won that game, right?
Wait, no, I thought Raunak flagged. Did I get that wrong?
I thought Gukesh flagged.
No, but their score is even now.
Is even now.
Yeah, Gukesh had the queen.
Flagged. Okay.
Yeah. Confirmed. No, they got an even match now.
Okay.
And yeah, Raunak, he's back to his English.
The last time they had this opening, white managed to play d4, d5, and now black managed to play d5, d4.
Yeah, structure has changed, actually. This is very interesting, but Raunak again going at the king side. Yeah, remember in the last game, he went like bishop c6 at some point, and then f4. And just completely went after black's king side. I wonder if he's going to do something similar here. Yeah, he takes. Now bishop a3.
Ooh, a little more Nimzo style.
Yeah, absolutely. Just classic. You leave your opponent with a bishop that can't defend the dark squares, and then you attack the dark squares.
Yeah.
Simple and straightforward. And Gukesh just gives the pawn.
I love it.
Honestly, very quickly for, 5-minute game. But I guess he felt like he had no ways to defend it in any way. Now, I mean,
technically he had a way to defend it, which was queen b6, which was super awkward.
Yeah.
And I love seeing just the, here's the pawn. Let's get everything active.
I love what he did. He just gets his rook, takes on passants, bishop f5, queen a5. I mean, these 2 bishops are working. David, these 2 bishops are working. He's got e4 in the position. Oh, man.
Yeah. What he doesn't want really would be for him to play e4 and white to play d4, right?
Yeah.
So I guess a big question is, if he goes rook d8 and white develops the knight, would he be satisfied to regain the pawn on d3 with a little tactic and take on c5 at the end?
Yeah, rook d8, I mean, looks like a very obvious move, right? Just putting pressure here and then threatening, as you said, to take twice and then pick up this guy. But maybe, I don't know. I feel like black should be playing for more. It's like white's
More
king
than
is so
that.
open on the queen side, you know?
Yeah. See
Rook
what
d8 on
was
the
there.
board.
Yeah. So the knight, I think, has to go to e2 because knight f3, e4 is like... Maybe I'm missing something, but looks like an obvious blunder. So knight e2, but white's thinking a bit. Well, I mean, playing king a1 is not going to help you, so I would develop the knight.
Yeah, knight e2 feels like you just got to get the pieces out. So yeah, the thing about e4, black would love to play, but as David mentioned, then if white can respond with d4, hey, keep some defense in the position. Not so easy to break through. So Gukesh does take on d3, takes the bishop on c5.
Exactly
And,
the position I was wondering about.
Queen e4, yeah, immediately just covering the e4 square. He just didn't want to allow black to push e4. Gives up the f2 pawn, but yeah, I think Raunak is doing the right thing, just trying to cover as many light squares as possible. Not if black can open up the bishop with e4, it's going to be very, very dangerous for white.
Man. It's feeling really good for black, Kostya. I think that Gukesh probably evaluated correctly in going for rook d8 and this apparent simplification, because the heavy piece ending is probably winning with the king not having a b or c pawn to block the second rank. And meanwhile, e4 is so devastating that he can ignore the c6 pawn, the f5 pawn. He can just do anything to try and open it up, and he counts on the white queen just being stuck.
Yeah, queens are not good blockaders. Okay, here he just takes on f5, goes for the endgame. Maybe could have been more ambitious. You know, white's king was pretty weak, but it is
Now
a
I
clear
feel like-
pawn up.
Now I feel like it's within range of the Sadhwani unreasonable defense system.
Yeah, just the magic hold. We'll see. I mean, it looks like white has a lot of like blockading chances, but white also has a lot of weaknesses. Rook can come down, hit the a pawn, hit the knight, g4 at some point. The c5 move, yeah, the engine not liking it, possibly because it's a target, right, for black's bishop here. Bishop f8.
I was definitely expecting rook d1, but maybe he had some hesitation about black playing g4.
G4 is definitely, I think, a move that's going to happen. Yeah, if white allows it. Just if black can win the h5 pawn and get two connected passers on the king side, that would just be game over. So, yeah, white, I think, under no circumstances can lose this h pawn. It's awkward for black. Rook on f5, bishop on g7, still quite passive. So Gukesh is going to have to find a way to activate these pieces.
Yeah.
Bishop f8 played, b4 expected, defending the pawn.
King e3,
Two.
typical. I want to give him an acronym, Kostya. I want to call it SUDS, the Sadhwani Unreasonable Defense System. So you could be like, Captain, activate SUDS.
That's good. I like SUDS.
Yeah. You just get into some bad endgame and then you just like switch it on. Okay, I'm down 1 or 2 pawns, but it's not enough.
Shout out to Krishna in the chat who said SUDS, which I didn't understand at first, but now I get it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay, rook f7. I like the switchback. Now he's getting ready, maybe rook b7, rook d7. David, what do you think about the endgame if the rooks come off the board?
Easy draw.
Easy draw. White just kind of blocks everything. Yeah, king.
Unless black plays king d5 to c4. But let's say white gets to play king e4, dead draw.
Yeah, so you're saying it probably just depends, as usual.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't just give a vague depends. It was based on one very specific factor. And a lot of endgames are decided by whether or not, the opponent's king just immediately walks into your position or not.
Yeah. Now king f5, activating the king.
Yeah,
that's
king very, very bad news for white.
Rook a3. No, it's looking huge for Gukesh, especially if he gets e4 at some point. Maybe he could even play it right now and offer the rook. Chooses not to, but yeah, once this bishop opens up, then the knight is going to start facing some real problems.
This is what was happening, Kostya. Like, positionally, it was like rook a3, and white's position has completely fallen apart. But rook f1 check, taking the bishop on f8, and white's position may have fallen apart, but it includes an extra minor piece.
There's rook f1. All right, now bishop e7, improving the bishop. Bishop g5. Yeah, it looks just totally winning for black. Now that he's controlling the e4 square, he can push e4 at will and open up all his pieces. This is
I wonder about a really ugly move, king g5, Kostya.
e5. Ooh, greedy. Greedy,
know.
give me that pawn.
It looks really bad.
Sliding
Walk
over.
into like the line of the knight and the rook, all the tactics. He does it too.
Gukesh does it, yeah. No, it looks very strong.
Because if white has to play rook
takes.
h1, then okay, king g5 looks fine once white plays rook h1.
Yeah, and then black can continue g3 and rook f2 and yeah, just keep making progress. Incremental progress. No, I think Raunak's really going to need... This is going to be pretty ridiculous, even for the suds.
Yeah, I think he forgot to turn it on this game. Like c5 didn't seem like his normal defense.
Or is it just not critical yet for him? Is he just like,
Still waiting. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe they need to be under a minute as well.
Right.
Still
Give a
early
rook
times. 'Cause
f6.
this was the most time they've ever had on the clock when going into an endgame.
Yeah. In the
At
meantime,
2.5 minutes each.
Gukesh he's activated his Gukesh automatic technique mode, aka the GAT system, and he's well on his way to converting. Ooh, look at this tactics, leaving the e pawn hanging because of rook e6 with the pin.
Yeah.
So king d3.
Yeah. It also may be the kind of position where you just go h5, h4, h3, and ignore
No, he
your
won the
e-pawn,
pawn,
whether or
right?
not
He
they're
won the
tactics.
pawn. Now, I mean, these two pawns are just massive.
Yeah.
It should be pretty straightforward here for black, as long as he just doesn't allow, some b5 somewhere, some counterplay, but he should win. I mean, these two pawns are strong. Black's pieces are good.
Yeah. E4. G pawn is hanging. The G pawn is
H5.
important.
Yeah, g pawn is way more important than this rook.
Holds the G pawn.
Fantastic exchange. It's not even a sacrifice. It's just like, okay, if you take, you lose. That's what happens.
Yeah.
It's a petite combination.
Yeah. Very good. Combinaison, if you want to fully French it. Cuts the knight off from basically the entire universe that the h5 pawn is in. With bishop f6, that knight may as well be in a different reality. And here comes the h pawn.
Here he comes.
Looking strong.
White
On the other
has
hand, if
some
white goes
pawns as
c6,
well.
c7, black always has rook c3 check at the end,
Exactly.
right? When you're celebrating.
Oh, I don't think he's celebrating. I think he knows. He knows he's losing the race here. Just a classic pawn race, but you only have to win by one tempo. Okay, you know what? It's still not easy.
Bishop
Maybe
e5,
just
rook
bishop
d5. Rook d5.
Rook d5, yeah, last
H1,
chance.
I
Just
guess.
promote, right?
Yeah, I guess
That'd be
it's
enough.
not that complicated.
That's it. Raunak resigns, giving
Yeah.
Gukesh the win. And I think that's Gukesh's first lead in the match. 1 point for Gukesh, 4.5, 3.5. And how are we doing on the time? Looks like this is most likely going to be the last game in the 5-minute portion.
Yeah, barring one of them hanging their queen in the first 10 moves, which they don't seem prone to.
Yeah. Which even if they did, they would then be within their rights to just run their timeout and just end the 5-minute portion.
Yeah, if they're upset, but I mean, often you'd be like, you want that extra game. Certainly, like if you were the one who were behind in the match at that point, you might want to force another one in. But Gukesh has definitely come back from the early deficit. He's hammering away at the Berlin here. He's happy with what he's getting there. And he's got a 1-point lead.
Yeah, Raunak is going to need to win this game to equalize the score going into the 3-minute portion. And it got to be disappointing for him. I mean, the momentum 100% on Gukesh's side now. He lost 2 of the first 3 games. And since then, of course, he scored several wins to now take a 1-point lead. So Raunak is going to have to adjust something. He can't just rely on the defensive skills anymore.
Wow. The depth of this position, definitely beyond me. They're playing very interesting moves that I can't assess here. The A pawn running looked really strong, but C4 was a huge surprise from white, to me at least, right? So, yeah, very, very, very rich positions.
Big move, but right now he's starting C5. Of course, he couldn't do that last move because the black hit the knight with A4, but C5 definitely a huge threat. And okay, Raunak stops it with his own C5 push, inviting D5, which will then allow him to drop the bishop back to F7.
Yeah, I mean, D5 also seems like potentially an accomplishment for white. Okay, now we'll get like H3, Bishop H5, and then the big question. Can white ever go G4?
Yeah, I would definitely expect H3, maybe knight F1 now, especially after his last move, rook to E1, then followed by knight G3, and going after these kingside light squares.
Yeah.
For rook E8, I think Raunak is not panicking yet. Knight F1.
Maybe the knight should go to E3 instead of G3 because of the bishop on H4.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Like Gukesh is a very classical approach. He's just finding like normal maneuvers, improving his pieces. And yeah, he goes for a lot of the same plans, like bringing the knight to F5. Now he's going to start maybe pushing on the king side.
I think maybe he'll play knight D2 next. I like that he just rushed the knight to F5, said, look, if you take this piece, your light squares are bad, so I don't need H3 and G4 and all that. You just keep improving all his pieces. Now improve that knight, which gives some hope to the bishop on H4 as well.
Yeah, knight D2, bishop drops back.
Yeah. Now the question
again, we see this piece imbalance, right? We got the two bishops for Raunak and two knights and the bishop for Gukesh.
Yeah. All right. Should black play any pawn breaks at B5 and F5, or should black sit tight?
Yeah, I don't know. These positions are always so tough. I'm not really clear like what white is doing. Like, what does white really want? If you give white 10 moves,
Yeah.
Are you going G4, H4 on the king side, or are you playing on the queen side?
I think you would go on the
Bishop
queen
F2?
side. That definitely feels safer to me.
Okay. He allows knight F4, which I feel like doesn't seem ideal.
Wow, this rook on B6 seems like a very clever idea.
Yeah, I love this rook on B6. I love the knight on F4 too, because you can't really chase it away. G3 got knight H3 check.
Yeah. But like almost everybody loves the knight on F4, right? But like this rook A6 to B6, that's clever. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, not everyone loves the rook on B4.
Yeah, weird wandering rook, but like with no open files, right? He's found a reasonably large space for the rook to not get trapped by minor pieces and pawns. The A4 pawn helps him put some pressure on B2. It's nice.
Yeah,
very nice.
Exactly. Sometimes you got to make your own files. There are no open lines in the position. Now the rook is putting pressure. Rook C1.
He could double on the not open B file.
Oh, rook A6, rook B6. Oh man, and why not? And why not? You know?
Closed files were made to be doubled on. That's what rooks are for.
This. Come on, Raunak, go rook A6. I feel like he wants to. He's just not sure if it's like objectively good, but he wants to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely feels like black is the one that's kind of in charge here.
Yeah, somehow white feels on the back foot, even though I approved of everything white did to get here.
It goes rook B6. Wrong rook.
The wrong rook problem.
Wrong rook problem. Queen F7. Oh, and G3 drops back. He didn't want knight H3 there.
Yeah, knight H3, knight F5, right? So he would just be sent back on some other route. So
brings it back just in time to challenge white's knight on F5.
Exactly.
Maybe G4? Time for G4, I think.
I noticed their Chess.com ratings are inching towards each other.
Yeah. Well, that often happens, of course, in these super tight matches.
Yeah. Gukesh may now be rated 3,000 for the first time in his life. If he hasn't played a lot of online blitz, like, that's kind of the only place where you can get that experience.
I think he has. I feel like he hit it in his last match against Pranav, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, they traded off the knights. Now black switching gears. And look at this, David. He played f5, and that rook on b6 is going to switch over to h6. And then
Not
queen
bad.
h5 is going to come.
What a rook. Principle of two weaknesses. He can alternate between h2 and b2. Okay, Gukesh was tired of the weakness on b2.
Let's try it. But now I feel like, do you go a3 here? Classic example.
Yeah.
You take, push, or stay.
I mean, white's not really threatening to do anything, I think. Like ba4 and b4 don't look good to me. So I feel like black has control of the tension. Which gives them a lot of latitude to do whatever they want.
Maybe queen h5.
Queen
just
h5.
bring the queen.
Yeah.
Set up rook h6. Light square bishop, I feel like, is going to be very strong piece here for black in just a bit.
Yeah. The moment
That's
white
been a
played
theme.
g2 to g3, that bishop became really dangerous.
Bishop perks out like, oh, did someone call for me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm ready. Did someone say we're going to the park? Are we going to the park? Yeah, let me at him. Okay, a3. He spent a lot of time on that decision.
That was so far at the bottom of my list that I didn't expect it. I mean, I hadn't considered it yet. Wow.
I mean, I get the move. It's like a long-term weakness, right? This a2 pawn. But
Really, really long term, yeah.
very much so. And you kind of give up the tension, right? So you could have left that tension. So he goes rook h6. He's committing to the king side. Bishop e3 allowing f4.
They say that like 50 move grand plans are gone, but a3 is kind of like in 50 moves I'm going to attack the a2 pawn.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And rook g6 back. Yeah, something was missed there. I feel like f4 looked very strong to me, but I don't know. Decides to take on f5, bishop f5. Ooh, g4.
To set up the
perking
knight
up again.
So f3 would be hanging here still if we went knight e4.
Yeah, there's no knight e4 yet.
Yeah, no tactic there to justify it.
And if rook
Okay,
f1,
so
you're going to have to be careful of the pin along the
Still got some
the
work
f-file.
to do. It might make sense to tuck that bishop on g3, but he goes to g1.
Bishop g1.
So
the
bishop
e-pawn.
f2, bishop takes g4 might have been what gave him pause. So he's going to go slower way, maybe h3, bishop h2, en route to setting up all his pieces on good squares, knight e4, etc.
36 seconds for Raunak, who just played bishop h4. Looking to open up the bishops, rook f1. Now b6, very simple, just defending the pawn.
Cannot.
And there's
allow
no
bishop
knight
takes
e4 here
c5.
because bishop takes g4. So watch out this tactic. So rook c1, we see defending the rook.
Yeah. I was expecting bishop g5 if he played rook c1, but instead he lashes out.
h5, the onslaught continues.
Yeah.
Now queen can take on e5, but I don't think he wants.
Right, I was going to ask you, like, is this pawn available?
I think, that's oof, opening up too many lines. f4.
Okay. And now wild tactics.
Oh, the bishops are coming in.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for white.
Could he play fe5 and give up one rook? Put the pawn on e6?
e5 maybe. 40 seconds for Gukesh here to make a decision. Yeah, for rook g1, you got to go deal with ef4 here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He does
Bishop
put rook to
f4.
g1.
e4, bishop f4.
Right, he can
Queen
take his
f4,
rook on
queen
h5.
h5. Queen
Yeah,
d2, queen h4, and he's not hanging anything somehow.
Oh, but there's bishop g2 at the end. I think he could have taken.
Oh, wow.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe. So now against the bishop to e5. It's doing something.
11 seconds for Raunak. He's got a great chance here. White's king on h1
Yeah.
is just in so much trouble on the light squares. It just doesn't feel.
And the
doesn't
rooks
feel
are struggling
vulnerable.
the rooks are struggling to play around the bishop pair as well.
Yeah, man, look at this rook on h7. This is the rook that went from a6 to b6 to b4 and back. Now on h7. Rook e3. 5 seconds for Raunak. Man, can Gukesh find a way to trick him here?
Oh my goodness. Time's ticking down.
Two bishops are just wild. I can't. Yeah. It's,
I mean, it seems like he has to. Oh, if he goes rook e4, there's bishop d2. If he goes here, there's
you can
e5
just take on
hanging with the rook.
e5. Yeah, but he had no time.
What?
Queen f3. I think
Oh,
at this
takes
point,
another piece.
Just trying to get moves off, and that's it. Gukesh
And
loses.
Raunak has done it. He has equalized the match as he goes into the break, including the 5-1 portion. That was stupendous. I imagine that the eval bar, which I am not watching actually today, Costa, I imagine it was yo-yoing some because the position looked crazy, but our sort of human instinct that the bishop pair was a problem and was covering too many squares.
It's just a matter of
partially
time
decide
before
it. Yeah,
he won that game. Absolutely. And now he's tied it up. That's the end of the 5-minute portion.
All right. And folks, as we take a short break, first we want to tell you about the summer chess camps. So attention to all chess kids, all chess parents. We're introducing new summer chess camps by Chess Kid and Magnus Chess Academy. They're inspired by the legendary Magnus Carlsen. These online camps are designed to make chess an absolute blast for young chess players, from beginners all the way up to rising grandmasters. Camps are led by top-notch coaches from the Magnus Chess Academy who will unlock your kids' full chess potential with lessons, strategies, tactics, and of course, lots of fun. You can sign up for just 1 week, or you can sign up for all 11 weeks. Enroll now at go.chesskid.com/camp, or use !camp here in the Twitch chat. If you cannot use Twitch chat, someone will use it for you. !camp. These summer chess camps where champions are made and lifelong memories are created. I would love to go to a chess camp, Kostya. It's been a while.
Yeah, with Magnus especially, that would be fun. That would be tons of fun.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
Yeah. All right, folks, stick around. We'll have the 3-1 portion of the finals between Gukesh and Raunak Sadhwani starting in just a couple minutes.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on Chess.com.
And here, folks, we see Raunak Sadhwani, who had an incredible win in the last game of the 5-1 portion just now against Gukesh. He gets through the slowest time control, where you might think that the classically higher rated Gukesh would have the greatest chances. He gets through it with an even score. And if we look back at his previous performance in the JSCC, we've got his finals match against Michal Sarin here, the scores from that one from 2021. And you can see, Kostya and everybody, that he was down 1 point in the 5-1 section against Michal, managed to keep it close through the 5-1 and the 3-1. Things got away from him in Bullet, but here today, you might think that Bullet would be Raunak's best time control with the experience he has in this, and with Gukesh being more of a classical player, whereas Michal Sarin more of a blitz and bullet player himself. So probably a pretty good start to the match so far for Raunak. Your thoughts?
Yeah, it definitely seems like not a surprise that the 5-minute portion was close. I think Smarter Chess actually nailed the exact score. I think he was saying 4.5, which is just weird.
Oh my God.
He's called it
So upsetting.
On the dot. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like this is definitely going to be decided in the bullet portion. Both these guys are super fast, but they seem very, very evenly matched in these kind of longer blitz games, as we'll call them.
Yeah.
And here we go. The 3-minute portion is underway. Raunak back to the English. Looks like this is a weapon he kind of wanted to use in today's match. He's been playing this quite a bit with white.
Yeah, very, very consistently going to this one here. Kostya, I really wanted to say that Smarter Chess's predictions were not that smart, something like that. And I've got a better prediction and everything. But it seems like they're very, very evenly matched.
This E4 and then D5. Gukesh just fighting in the center, inviting lots of trades on the D5 square.
Mm-hmm.
Now, technically, this is like a pawn sack, but I think his point is CD5. He's going to have knight B4 and a thematic move hitting knight D3 check, and then knight takes D5. He can win back the pawn. And if bishop takes D5, then knight B4 as well. Looks annoying for white, hitting both of these things here too.
Right. Bishop E4, Queen E7, Queen E2, Knight C2 would maybe be the full tactical justification for black there. So
yeah,
maybe opening theory for him, given how fast Gukesh trotted out this line. He had the full 3 minutes left.
Yeah, definitely sack this pawn very, very confidently. Now Raunak goes D3. Yeah, I think you just give the pawn back. You do not want to allow knight D3 check being all up in white's position. Bishop F5. D3, and now Gukesh is thinking it's like he can just take back. Maybe he wants to throw in bishop F5 anyway. No, a third move. Bishop E7. Just developing. Says that D pawn's not going anywhere. He's just letting white defend the pawn if he wants. Knight C3, knight F4. Gukesh just does not care.
Well, I mean, he can always go bishop F5, right? And still get a pawn back. Although the D5 pawn is worth a lot more than the D3 pawn. Generally, I mean, you would think. But I guess maybe black can set up outposts. Like bishop F5, castles, bishop D3, and then C4 and knight C2.
Yeah, this is possible. D3, rook E1, C4, and double-edged.
The D5 pawn is strong, but so is black's outpost.
So is knight C2. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Very annoying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's thinking quite a while on it, though. I mean, that was 40 seconds in a 3-minute game is like 40 minutes in a classical game.
Yeah, we'll see how they adjust to the 3-minute portion. So far, no one's going down too low. Gukesh definitely a bit lower on the clock as we got some trades. And now I like white's position quite a bit. He's got the structure. Okay, he just grabbed the pawn, grabbed the second pawn. But this is very messy now. Knight takes E3. E3 is hanging.
Yeah.
I don't know. These two bishops, though, as long as white's A pawn remains on the board, it's always going to be a potential source of danger for black.
Yeah. There's that A pawn. He doesn't even take C5. Yeah, I was going to say black's going to need some very serious counterplay on the king side. There's no way long term that you're defending with passive defense against the rook pawn. So you have to go after white's light squares.
Ooh, knight e2. What a finesse.
Yeah.
Good Gukesh. Doesn't take back, throws in the check, takes the bishop with check. It's everything
Getting
with
fancy.
tempo.
Now knight d4, covering the c5 pawn for the moment while pressuring f3. And when the rook comes to e8, white's going to have soft spots at e3 and e2 now.
Yeah. Looks kind of
That's
uncomfortable for white. So not surprised by rook f2 covering rook b2 check.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, now h5.
Wow, he's just throwing it all at him. He didn't even bother playing rook b3 because he knew the pressure was enough that white was about to trade on d4. So he's throwing the h-pawn, leaving the rooks connected as his best way to defend against the a5 pawn.
Now d3, putting a lot of hopes in this d-pawn. So both sides have passed pawns, but I feel like for me, the main thing is that white's king is definitely feels a lot weaker here. So that means white's pieces are going to have to spend more time and care defending the king, whereas black can just kind of focus on activity. Rook d8, rook a8 now.
Or
Okay, if he takes on
just
a5,
say good enough and draw the game immediately.
Oh, it takes. Looks like. Yeah, they just trade. Okay, I think draw is going to be agreed here. Yeah, they don't even make another move. Draw offered and agreed. A pretty clean game actually. That was one of the less messier games.
Yeah,
Not
I don't
that they're
know
not
exactly.
playing well. It's just that they're getting into these time scrambles. You know.
I mean, it's a question of the difficulty level, right? As well as time scrambles and complexity. How many pieces are on the board? I don't know exactly how the whole accuracy thing works, but I would guess that the cent pawn loss per move that game, the number of mistakes was basically non-existent.
Yeah. Very, very high level game. And okay, looks like Gukesh switched it up.
Giving us a different look. He can definitely swing with e4 and d4. A little bit more primarily of an e4 player, but no problem switching up to this kind of position. And he plays these positions with white and black. These ones here.
Ooh, look at this. G4 just immediately going for the attack. He's down a pawn, but he's got a lot of long-term compensation. Now he's kind of showing what he wants to do. Maybe H4 somewhere, G5. Start opening up black's king and looking for play.
Yeah, I think you need to be pretty quick as white because black's going to play c5 and the position will not stand still. So,
absolutely. G5 on the board. That looks like a strong move to me.
Yeah. Really nice thing for Gukesh to be able to play this fast, right? To be able to play the entire opening, half the middle game in 15 seconds. Yeah.
G5. Wait, looks like something was missed there. What was missed? It looks like maybe it would have been better to come in with knight d6. Knight d6. Okay. Well, I think Gukesh knows.
He could just go into that spot.
Apparently, yeah, it was very strong. It's always hard, just jump in with the knight, like knight d6, but
right, black takes it, and then what are we doing?
Yeah, I think it was all about the dark squares here, but this feels very logical. Knight g5, h4. He wants h5 and now queen c4. Probably looking to swing the queen over to either h4 or g4 at some point.
Might end up regretting d3 because basically until the white queen gets to the king side, there's not a mating attack. But once you give the queen away to get to the king side, then you're basically guaranteed to be mated.
Yeah.
Okay. He wants to take on d2 and take on g5 in case of h5.
Look at this. Knight b3.
But white could maybe play h5, knight takes d2, h takes g6. Just don't recapture on d2.
A game. Gukesh, I feel like he's just sacrificed his entire queen side. This side of the board just doesn't exist for Gukesh right now.
Well,
it's all about the king side.
It's also about one or two captures away from literally not existing. Like he won't have a piece on the A through D files.
Yeah.
But he
It's
goes for this
92.
one.
He just ignores it. HG. He's like, what's
Yeah.
happening over there? I don't see it.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting.
This is the board. Amazing.
Yeah.
Look at this.
So if black goes knight f3 check, then knight back to f3, and you've got the queen coming to g6. If black plays f takes g, there's queen e6. So
Queen
there's
e6 just looks like a mating
a
attack.
lot of threats. And if black does nothing, then g7, rook e8, h7, forcing him to take the g pawn and knight e6 with mate.
Brutal attack. Eval bar says equal. It says black has a way out.
Oh, yeah.
Which-
Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to bet on whether or not Raunak finds 3 only moves here to not be mated?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna predict Gukesh takes this one. It just looks like the king's getting mated.
Yeah. There's literally no way. There's literally no way. I mean, we could try to find it. Anybody in chat think they can find the defense for black?
He takes f5. Raunak definitely thinks.
Oh,
he
yeah,
can
I take
find
it back. He found it all.
I mean, it was all. Either our eval bar is broken or Raunak, as we've said, is a genius.
Yeah.
Both are good.
Of course-
Dude,
of course.
f5. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at what he's doing.
Yeah. He preserved the pawns because they're the only thing keeping white's queen, angry queen, away from his king.
And now, got to remember, Gukesh sacrificed a piece. Remember, he let black take, knight takes d, bishop on d2, and then he didn't recapture. He just went hg, letting black just keep the free piece, traded with check.
So now he has to find something impossible to prove that he is not losing here down a piece and 3 passed pawns.
Still looks very dangerous. I think one issue is like rook e6, there's bishop c8 in the position.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a problem. Okay, Eval Bar says this is completely ridiculous, but I think that's a problem, all right? To me, it looked dangerous. So knight e5, d2.
Throws the distracting pawn.
Oh boy,
Goes after the knight.
d6. I don't know, still looks super dangerous for black. You have h7, g7. Oh, knight f7, threatening, getting ready to give h7 check.
h8. Yeah.
Still looks super tricky to defend.
He could trade the queen here. What?
Rook takes a7?
Leaving everything
moly.
hanging to go h7, h8.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
no,
even know if
it makes
works.
it makes perfect sense, but I feel like the king is escaping.
It just goes to g6, the black king.
Yeah, he has check, and then king goes to g6, and everything hangs. White's queen is hanging. He can just go queen g4, right?
Raunak just thinking. Gukesh
Oh, but
just
he's going
thinking.
to want some knight e5 check. Oh, my God. What a mess. What a mess. Rook takes it. That move is either a
20 seconds
double
each.
exclam or a double question. And look at this. Look at this, right? He doesn't, he believes him.
Yeah. Now, however you take on b7, which is hanging a million times, there's rook g6.
Ooh. Oh, big problems for Gukesh. He's got less than 10
Rook
seconds here.
c1. Pieces are being captured really fast.
Rook c1. How does he defend? There's no king
Yeah.
e2.
Yeah. First,
He
you
throws
throw
the
that,
pawn, last ditch effort.
and then the knight
That's
can't
it.
get back.
Raunak takes it.
So I would say that's what it looks like when 2 players play a brilliant game at the same time.
Amazing game. What a game. Holy moly.
So
He saved that
Suds
position.
works in middle games as well as in end games.
That was extreme Sadhwani. What was it?
the unrealistic defense system.
Unrealistic defense system. Unreal defense system. Man. Holy smokes. Wow. Game of the match so far right there. Unbelievable.
Wow, it looked like he was mated in 4 moves, or maybe White would see a way to win a rook and not mate him, but take the rook. But and we're on to the next game.
What's the next game? That means that Raunak, he's back to his first lead since the beginning of the match. But now he's got 1 point. And yeah, he's feeling it again. He's like, I realize, he's like, I got to stop getting into these winning positions. They're not working for me. It's the losing positions
That's the key.
where I'm scoring.
That's the
Yeah,
key.
yeah.
I mean, do you feel good about having your opponent played like, queen on g4, pawn on g6, pawn on h6, or do you feel lucky? Seems like he just thinks like, yeah, I can play this position.
A lot of times in these matches, it's like if you win a game you're kind of not supposed to, it can be quite tilting for the opponent, right? Because it's like, oh man, that was not your point to take, but that is a point he's going to keep. And wait, what's going on here? Hold on, Gukesh is about to snag this pawn on d4 and look very comfortable.
Well, the pawn on d5 was sacked, so yeah, he's comfortable, but it's just getting back what was his. He can also play the move b5. He could have played it with or without taking on d4.
And, Gukesh, he's just unfazed. He's lost a lot of positions like where he was winning or should have won, but this game again, doing extremely well with black. He's just like, he's focused.
Yeah, I've never looked up to check their cameras and seen any expression other than what I would call concentration.
These kids are well trained. You got to keep the focus up. As soon as you start, worrying about the previous games, it's when you can go on a very bad run. So yeah, you just got to focus on the next game. Forget about it. Realize still a very long match to go. You're only down 1 point. Very, very small margin.
Oh, by the way, little
equalize it right here.
Little thing about the bishop pair. If you click back just one move, I mean, it's on the board that black can play knight f3 check at any point if they really want to get crazy about valuing bishops, right?
True.
And notable that he's not choosing to do that.
Yeah, it feels like Raunak has been the one with the two bishops in most of these games. Kind of interesting stylistic difference. Yeah. But I like
so he's
b5.
threatening to win a pawn on c4. If white takes, he's probably taking back with the bishop, forcing rook e2.
He's got rook c2. He's got some knight e2 ideas.
If he goes knight e2, rook e2, does that work? Queen d1, rook d1, bishop e2.
Wait, hold on. So rook e1 white plays.
You can play moves if you want, because this knight e2 variation is a difficult one.
Yeah, I just wasn't following where you're going. I mean, knight e2, there's also rook c2, I think, is very... Oh, take on d4. That wouldn't be good. Okay, so what did you want, knight e2?
Well, he's now played a different move. He did not take on b5. But yeah, I was thinking knight e2, rook e2, and then queen d1, rook d1.
Just takes everything.
Bishop takes e2. If bishop g7, bishop d1, and if knight e2, bishop b2. And I just wanted to make sure that I'd counted right that black was ahead there.
Yeah.
So that's why he didn't take on b5.
Right. Goes back knight e2 instead.
So instead he sort of sacked a pawn, I think.
Takes on c4. Yeah. Bishop g7, king g7, rook c1. Now queen d4. So Gukesh picking up an extra pawn here. Big time advantage as well.
Yeah.
Shows Raunak not feeling comfortable with the position. 20 seconds.
Yeah, so that b5 was a very powerful move. b5 was really important.
Yeah.
But this is a perfect position for Suds, Kostya.
Yeah, time to defend.
This is like the kind of position where you never win against Raunak.
Whoa, cb3. We got tactics in the air.
Is he doing it all on purpose? What is happening?
Everything
rook
hanging.
b1? What is he doing? I don't see how it works.
He just sacked a piece.
Play queen c2.
I'm not sure I get it.
I sort of like the defense rook c7 to a7. It seems insane, but it's like you get really, really behind the passed a pawn.
Man, no, Gukesh is a genius. Huh? He's just going to leave the pawn on a2. Maybe bring the rook over. Pompey thinks black is just completely winning here, which is honestly shocking to me.
Wait, like, what? The computer says black's winning?
Completely winning.
So this was not, he didn't hang a piece? He somehow evaluated that this was a good way to hang a piece?
This was a straight up piece sacrifice. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's now queen b1 looks kind of forced. No, he's got some other angle to go. Jeez Louise.
Rook d2.
Queen covers rook f2.
Let's see. What does he have here? Yeah, it's surprising that it's so seems very concrete now. Maybe
I mean,
queen
you'd think it would be
C3. Okay, queen B1.
and then rook D1, right?
Rook D1.
Yeah,
The
now
pawn is
he
just
does it.
promoting. How did he evaluate that? Holy moly.
Now he can literally just queen in this position. There's nothing left. But yeah, Kostya, that's... Okay. Questions I have for Gukesh. Like, how on earth did you... He's like, I don't know, I saw it. That's going to be the answer, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. No, question number one. Yeah, how confident were you about that that PSEC? Wow. Now queen D1, just trading off the queens. That's going to be game. Holy moly.
Wait, you could trade the queen and take the a-pawn off the board. That's where the comeback starts, Kostya.
No, it's 4 versus 3. It's not. It was over. It was over.
If you say so.
Yeah, I know even Raunak was not saving that. And he just resigns. Maybe he wants more games in the 3-minute portion, but
maybe he wants more games.
What a game by Gukesh. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely haven't figured out when and why Raunak plays games on further versus like moves on to the next game. I'm sure with the experience he has in the JSCC, he has some kind of like thoughts or ideas about it.
Mm-hmm.
But you may remember there was an early game that he literally played out to checkmate in game. I think the first game that Gukesh won, game 4, maybe.
Right.
And it was something where he was down a queen and a bishop and just moving his king around in a circle, right? And then there's other games where, like that one, where if he wanted to prolong things, he could. So I wonder what his system is.
Yeah, I guess he just, I don't know, maybe he just didn't want to continue that game anymore. But it's interesting. It definitely is different that he played on all the way to mate in the 5-minute portion, and then, yeah, just kind of resigns the end game.
Yeah,
but,
and the game he played out to mate, by the way, he wasn't trying to kill the clock because he didn't use the 15 or 20 seconds he had. He played very, very quickly, but played out all the moves. Maybe sometimes he's like picking his opening for the next game, so he sort of manages to split his mind and his hand just keeps doing stuff with the mouse, and his brain is processing some other task or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the king's going to be on e2, but as long as the rook can get on the other side of it, that's not any big news here.
Yeah, I'm trying to like process this position. Black has this bishop on b2 that was defended by the queen via x-ray. Now the queen is hitting the bishop on c4. This looks very unpleasant for black. Just first glance with the opposite color bishops in the middle game.
Mm-hmm.
White's bishop on c4, potentially very strong.
I mean, I think there's basically one little detail we need to mention, and then chat will understand what's unpleasant. Knight c6, rook to d7. Oops, light squares, right?
Yeah.
So that's the terror of this position, is that it's not just that light squared bishops favor the kingside attack, but if the knight can't get off of b8 because of the weakness of d7,
Queen e7 here. And I love this position for white. You got queen d3 in the position at any moment. Yeah, threatening the mate, which
h4
Raunak has seen since he was 2 years old, and dominating the
and then if black goes h5, you just take it.
Oh,
so
h4,
black can't
h5,
stop you from
nice.
loosening the light squares. So he threatens knight b4.
c6, yeah, threatening the fork. Just a3. I love it. Not so fast, tough guy.
Yeah.
a3.
Yeah,
still under control here for white. That said, if black could somehow trade pieces, like get rook d8 in.
I think b4 feels like the kind of trick, where Raunak comes up with juice all the time. I would love to know their recipe, like where they find the little stuff all the time. Like b4, h5, b takes a3, h g6, f g6. You just say, sure, you can go queen g6, queen g7, but now I have that a pawn, and somehow it's not always easy.
Yeah,
or
I like
it's
the
always
idea
not easy.
of bishop a2 as well, kind of for white sneaking in on the diagonal. h5. David, you called rook h5.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I'm sure Raunak saw it. He's
Unfazed.
delaying white playing h5. He's saying this holds my light squares for 1 or 2 more moves.
Yeah. In fact, Chess.com saying brilliant, but I think that was a very intentional pawn sack.
Chess.com called h5 brilliant or rook h5 brilliant?
Rook takes h5.
Okay, I think they've got it backwards this time. With all due disrespect, but I think h5. He's genius. He sacked the pawn. He's got opposite colored bishops. He avoided h5 for 1 or 2 moves, traded 1 rook, time for rook d7 with the other rook. I mean, this is just, it's on a level where even the computer can't tell how good it is.
It's still very difficult for black, though, because g6 was hanging there, and now h5. I mean, I feel like white has too many pieces for black to be really comfortable here, right? King is very weak. Now we got queen c2 coming back. One day the knight will come
back. Now she's back. It does still look lost after h5, yeah. But it still seemed brilliant to me. As a person, I was like, wow, great idea.
No, it was a very creative idea. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rook d5 coming in with the rook. Comes to e6. Bishop f5. I feel like calls for itself.
Yeah, I mean, smudger glory. If you said that I didn't see a move, you're probably right, and you're welcome to say it. That's totally fair game. All right, knight d4. I don't think he wants the knight to f5, so what's the plan on bishop takes? All right, just trades it.
Just takes back, but now we have no more opposite color bishops. We just have pure bishop versus knight. Black's king still very, very open.
Yeah, we have a Fischer endgame if black can get to it, but you would sort of expect this king to go down in a moment.
Yeah, it just looks so busted for black. He just needs to coordinate like his pieces here. I don't love this pin, right? The rook line means you got to get like the queen in somehow, but there's a queen e1 check in the position. Got to be careful.
Against queen f3, there's queen e1 to b1. I wanted to adjust the queen so I can go rook g5 and not have the queen trade hanging at the same time as the rook, right? Like rook g5, king h6 or something, and then you have to have something brilliant ready. But okay, he finds the way. They've got seconds left to figure this out now. It's an absolute mess. Queen covers the e1.
Rook e5 coming if king to e8, so he has to cover with something. Rook e7?
Right, but queen e7. And that's why he'll go like queen d2, and his queen's covering e1 and the rook.
Rook c5. Back to the self pin. He's got rook
knight
c8.
d7, rook c8 would have been evil, and that move just hangs a rook. I think that
rook takes rook. Raunak, the queen is pinned. Queen b4, a b4. So Gukesh wins a nice game, and hold on, David.
Yeah,
he's got another lead.
He does have the lead.
He's got another lead here.
It's hard to keep track of who has the lead because it's been little bursts of like 2-move streaks, and sometimes I'm not sure who's ahead by 1.
Yeah, they've just been trading the lead back and forth. Wow, I think that was a fantastic game from Gukesh.
Also, for a second here, I didn't know who had white because Raunak has been playing the Berlin, right? And now Gukesh is playing the Berlin.
True.
So Raunak gave c4 a rest for 1 game here. Oh, because he had one terrible game with c4. He had 1 game just now that went really badly where Raunak got basically a bad position out of the opening with white.
But yeah, it usually makes sense to switch it up when things don't go your way. This is very solid for Raunak. And still a 1-point game, plenty of match to go. They've got 30 minutes left in the 3+1 portion. They're going to have another 30 minutes of the bullet. So, tons of chess. Gukesh hitting his stride. Absolutely. I feel like Gukesh has been very, very calm this whole match. Very level-headed.
Yeah. Incredible.
Whoa. Whoa. What's happening here? Knight takes g2?
Things are dancing. And it's crazy, Coast.
What's Raunak doing? We got to check the cams.
That looks like the correct knight to take with.
Raunak does not look happy.
Okay. He's not sure exactly what he planned here.
Yeah, he plays queen h5.
Threatens made in 1.
Yeah, might as well, right? Might as well. But g6, queen comes in. Oh yeah, but this knight
So
on
now-
g2 is super annoying. Rook on e1 still
the-
hanging.
Full rook on e1's hanging. Bishop g5 is probably white's idea. It doesn't really look like it's enough.
There's also
but-
knight h5, right? Knight e1, maybe knight h5 is a problem.
Oh.
Can't take the rook just yet.
Oh, wow. Okay. And bishop e5 doesn't help with that. I'd been thinking of like bishop takes e5,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't help with that problem at all.
Yeah, white just recaptures and the mates are still there. A tricky spot for Gukesh. I mean, you got to feel like
Yeah.
black has a move here, but what to do? Okay, queen f6. And what does he want on knight h5 here?
Tell me it's not queen h8.
Yeah,
folks.
tell me it's not queen h8, bro. Gukesh.
It's like resilient defense. Well, what else would it be?
Like,
Knight h5.
I saw
what
the
move
move
is he
and
planning?
it was winning. so,
Yeah. So I played it.
I played it.
Then I can threaten the knight because the queen covers h7 as well as g7.
I really want to see knight h5, queen h8 on the board. Okay, bishop g5. But that
Rex
allows
asks why black's knight is fianchettoed near white's king.
queen g7. Now, after the endgame trade, white will have a chance to save the rook. But there's bishop e5 in the position, followed by knight f3 check.
Yeah, and you're still down a pawn white, so you're supposed to be proving something, not like flailing.
But he can't. What choice does he have, right? Bishop h4, queen will hang on h6.
Mm-hmm.
What to do? Yeah, immediately this is still a threat. Takes and knight f3.
Yeah, and rook e2, bishop takes e5. Yeah, I don't see a good move for Raunak right here, and he just told me, yeah, he doesn't see one either. Nope.
Rook e2, maybe even bishop h3 playable.
Well, bishop e5 here is good, right?
Actually, I'm not sure about knight f3 because there's king takes g2, king taking the knight, but f6
Okay.
forcing the endgame, and yeah, just healthy extra pawn here for black.
Yeah,
Very healthy, very nice bishop pair as well.
bishop pair too. Yeah, there's something strange and magical about the Berlin Defense Coast. Yeah, have you ever played it?
Not much. No, really no. Have you?
Yeah. And the thing about playing the Berlin Defense is like once you play it, it's like you've said, I have no intention of ever beating you, my friend. All I'm claiming is that you are going to be extremely frustrated. And then before you know it, you're winning as
Right.
black.
Mhm.
That's what happens. Yeah. You should try it sometime. I think you'll do very well.
Yeah, I mean, I could be into it. I could get into it. I don't hate it.
Is there knight d4, by the way? Bishop d7? No.
Ooh, d4.
You'd have to put the bishop on like c8 or something to set it up. So
You
instead,
defend it,
g5,
yeah.
g4, the positional approach.
Yeah, he's just advancing his kingside pawns. I mean, looks very, very comfy for black. G4, H4.
Okay, so the line that I was calculating was g4, knight h5, king h6, but the white knight can go to f6 and it doesn't work. So instead, he gives up the bishop pair. Not what he desired. I bet you that when Gukesh played g5, he wasn't hoping for this.
It simplifies it down a bit, but still looks extremely comfortable for black. Just very healthy pawn. He's got the e-file. Now he can just keep marching his pawns forward. Rook e1 not possible, by the way, because knight f3 check. So
Mhm. Yeah,
hard to play this as white, I feel.
it's okay. Raunak
It's
just needs
fine.
to defend. Just
Bishop
play a few
c8.
defensive moves, bring the king to f4.
Has to defend.
Or not.
Now he gets rook e1 in.
Yeah. Unfortunate necessity just because there weren't any other moves. In general, the rook ending has the highest drawing chances here compared to the knight ending or the same colored bishop ending or a knight versus bishop ending. So rook e1 was slightly undesirable, but just had to be done. So
He brings the knight back. Yeah, I think he's going to want to push the f pawn soon. Oh, an F3. Trading off the pawns. Oh, but letting black's king activate.
Ooh.
Ooh.
King F2, knight E4, king E2, knight G3. So he has to let the king go all the way in, and that's the end.
Oh yeah, this
This
is
one.
game over. He just resigns.
This
Yeah,
one,
it's understood. So yeah, again, okay, not like
Yeah.
premature resignation exactly, but like he could have played on more if he wanted to.
Right. Yeah. He probably knows he's down 2 games right there. So he just saves time on the match clock. And we'll be back with the second half of this 3-in-1 portion after a very quick break for both players. So see you then.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all of your favorite platforms. Just search Chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from Chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Hikaru, Magnus, Botez, Hess, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
and welcome back everybody to the Junior Speed Chess Championships, the final match, Gukesh versus Raunak Sadhwani for $15,000 in prizes and a spot in the main Speed Chess Championships. We have quite a match on our hands, and right now Gukesh taking a 2-point lead here in the 3-1 portion after an even 5-1 portion. Posty, do you feel like he is pulling ahead a little bit, or it's just one of the little back and forths?
Yeah, David, I really feel like the tide of the match has shifted in Gukesh's favor. It just seems like playing a little bit cleaner, he's converting a little bit smoother, and now he has his first 2-point lead ever. We know he started off with half out of 3. Now he's leading by 2. Definitely looks like he's feeling very, very confident right now. Of course, he's just looking his normal focused self. It doesn't matter if he's leading. It doesn't matter if he's losing. He's just going to keep a straight face until the end of the match. And here he goes back to d4, and Raunak switching it up with a classic King's Indian. You know me, I'm a big fan of this choice. In fact,
Yes.
Raunak is playing this quite a trendy approach with this early h6 and b6 moves. Very, very flexible setup here from him.
Yeah. He won that absolutely crazy game the last time Gukesh played d4. And yet this time he chooses to switch gears. And I guess b6 is not necessarily associated with putting the bishop on b7. It's just blockading the a3, b4, c5 diagonal where white needs pawn breaks to make progress.
Exactly. Yeah, we have like a very classic King's Indian structure here. Though, interestingly, Gukesh spent a couple extra tempi, right? Playing rook e1, bishop f1, bishop g2. And definitely to me, as a very biased King's Indian player, it looks like black is a good position. He's gotten his f5 break in. Now he has all these ideas of f4 and e4. Of course, very, very sharp. Knight h4 fighting back. But yeah, I like this for Raunak so far.
Yeah, I mean, the big move for white would be f4 in general to keep that pawn duo from expanding however it wants in the future. I feel like Gukesh had a position like this early on in the match from a Berlin, where black had the pair of pawns at e5 and f5, and he played like f3 and was trying to sort of keep the position flexible, and he didn't rush to play this f4 move in that position. So he seems to be comfortable in a really wide variety of positions, including positions where I would just basically just not feel comfortable. I don't know if the position's good or bad, but I would be scared of it. And he very, very at ease.
Yeah, the versatility that these players have, especially in very sharp positions, is unreal. And I still like how Raunak is playing this. He's got e4, he's got knight d3 in the position. Only c7 is hanging. I would expect maybe like rook f7 kind of thematic move. No, he just goes knight d3. He's like, my threats are stronger.
Yeah. To me, the big question was what's going on in queen b2, knight c7. But knight d3 is a very pleasant move. Most people would love to play it if they could.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of pawns still hanging here. You can definitely take with knight b2, hit the queen. And then have time to defend c7.
Yeah. Although bishop d4 will be in the air once he's done that.
Yeah.
That's why I was kind of thinking queen b2, because I feel like if you defend c7, then white has time for bishop d4. They trade off your dark squared bishop after you chose to put your pawn duo on e4 and f5, and you can kind of get blocked up as black. So he goes for it.
Yeah, goes for the mess.
The mess.
I think, as you said, is justified. Now rook a7. Bringing the rook over along the 7th rank.
So against bishop b6, maybe he just plays rook b7 like he doesn't care. But I'm always feeling like an exchange sack is in the air.
Yeah, very possible. I don't know. I feel like with this knight on d3, bishop on g7, and you got this strong a pawn, right? Like you absolutely do have room for exchange sacrifice. Ton of compensation.
Yeah. So you could go bishop b6, rook c7. And then bishop c7, knight f2, or he could go
nice.
bishop b6, rook b7, and then just look to maybe take on b6. So white doesn't even take on b6. Gukesh is like, yeah, no, my bishop's so good. I'm not even risking you sacking an exchange here. Gives up a ton of pawns to weaken the light squares.
Lots
this 96
of pawns.
move is costing him several. I mean,
yeah, all just to get this light square bishop, but he still has to use this piece. He's got to open it up at some point with some kind of f3, g4. He's going to need a pawn break, but in order to execute a pawn break, you need pawns, Gukesh.
Instead, he shows you one. He's a master of giving them all up. Throws
all right, at least he gets
pawn.
back a rook. That's something.
Yeah, takes a rook. All right, so in theory, if he could take one of the rooks and take the pawn on b6, would he have an advantage that you could process? It would even still only be unclear because black has the powerful d pawn, which could well be compensation for an exchange.
Yeah, it's very unclear. Honestly, I don't know. I kind of like the pawns in these cases just because it's hard to go wrong with pawns. Either you push them or you don't, right? It's like, it's very straightforward. And here he's got a lot of pawns. Bishop on g7. That wasn't funny. Why are you laughing? That wasn't funny.
You're making chess really, really easy for everybody out there. Like, now they know how to play. They either push their pawns or they don't.
I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying it simplifies the equation. Look, his rook is attacked. He can move his rook to a million places, right? With pawns, it's simple. You either push the pawn or you don't. You only have one square you move it to, right? It takes away. See, a2. He didn't have to think about that.
Yeah. And you're right. He's building like a 40-second time lead out of the blue in this position.
Right. And now queen h5 looks active, but does it actually have a threat? I guess queen g6, right? Could be a threat.
Bishop back to g7.
Yeah.
So
there's no follow-up, right?
Maybe the idea is if you queen, he gives check before taking on a1. And if you play bishop g7, then he takes your new queen immediately.
And then, yeah, white's just completely winning at the end. You got like rook a8 coming.
But now he's also going to watch his king against those themes, you know, with the
knight
knight on
takes
g4
f2.
and queen c5.
Oh, nice find here by Raunak. Knight takes f2.
What if he plays queen c5 here, Kostya, without moving the knight?
King g1.
Queen c5 like right moves. Here.
c5 makes sense.
20 seconds.
Makes sense. Knight still. Oh, he finds it. Leaving the knight hanging. Will he get it? He gets another brilliant move. Let's go.
Did that one count as brilliant?
They both did, yeah. Because they both hang the knights, yet are good moves. Which qualifies them. Double exclams.
Wow. h4. What a move. Where does that come
from? Knight g4 check. King h1.
Oh, he just played a very, very safe approach here, did Raunak.
Yeah, just looking to.
Careful.
Oh, wait, but he's got queen g5. Rook g7. Oh, queen takes f5. Hold on.
Queen a3. Queen a to a3.
He's fighting against the two queens.
That's true, he is. And the bishop could finally come out to e4 if he played his king to h7.
Dude, Eval Bar says white's winning. What is happening?
White is winning down a queen? Oh my god, he doesn't repeat. He goes for bishop e6. The weak light squares. The weak light squares.
Bishop e6. Holy smokes. And that's it. Raunak resigns. Gukesh just won the game down a queen.
That didn't make any sense. I mean, the extra queen has to count for something.
It is on fire, David.
And I look to Gukesh, and he's just the same. He's just
no expression. What queen? How many queens did my opponent have? I don't know. All I know is I mated him.
When that bishop finally emerged, that was insane, Kostya.
Bishop h3.
It looks like a quiet move. I guess I guess technically it threatens mate in 2 with check. But it looked like sort of a quiet move for your opponent having an extra queen, and you're like, let me improve my bishop that's been locked in for a while.
David, I'm speechless. If that game was played in like a classical tournament, you know, it'd be hailed as like one of the greatest games of all time. Like just brilliancy, you know, just what a masterpiece. My God.
That was incredible. I thought Raunak had it. When he played Queen Z5, I was like, yeah, Raunak and I are
was playing well.
He made
win
this game.
Yeah, 2 brilliant moves in a row. I mean, he was crushing it. Oh, but Gukesh is ruthless, and he takes a 3-point lead. It's their biggest lead of the match. So right now, he's just running away with it in the 3-minute portion. Raunak essentially just bleeding here heavily. He needs to bounce back as quickly as he can. needs to remember who he is. Raunak Sadhwani. That gets some points.
I mean, he was remembering. He was hammering him with brilliant moves, and then it wasn't enough.
Yeah, all of a sudden he gets a second queen, and it's you think, all right, second queen.
Yeah,
resign.
That's where you resign normally, right?
Like, well,
okay,
what's happening?
Diffused everything, traded off the bishop on h6, so you don't have an attack. Made a full extra queen.
Unbelievable.
So, Gukesh defending pretty classically here against this. Do they call it a Jobava London? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, this
Jobava
was
London.
the Jobava. Knight c3, bishop f4. Personally, I think it should be called the Jobava Verisov. It's closer to a Verisov attack than it is a London system, but that's chessable politics. You're not gonna make any headway there.
No,
well, I don't know.
You could try and get elected to the presidency of the opening naming committee.
President of the ECO codes.
Yeah. Okay, but or you could just say like.
I'm just trying to raise awareness.
I'm just one vote. What can I do? I'm just one man.
Yeah, somehow they got
Simpsons. That's a Simpsons scene. Do you know that one, Kostya?
Oh.
There's like an election where like the election is decided by one vote, and Homer doesn't vote, and he just goes on and on like, but I'm just one man. What could I have done? And they're like trying to like explain to him that.
Classic Homer.
So yeah, if you want to just throw your hands up and accept that it's going to be the Jobava London, you can do that. But I like your idea of calling it the Jobava Verisov. So I think you should stand up for that.
Yeah. Maybe I'll make
boom, 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 boom,
a statement about it one day.
Boom, 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 boom. Rook to the 7th.
Okay.
You would think this would have to be an advantage for white, but black has some counterplay in mind.
Black has this very annoying counterplay against the g2 pawn. Look at this. Yeah, opposite color bishops, but with rooks on the board, of course, these positions are super sharp anyway. And then rook g1 is going to run into bishop h2.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no
so
choice.
Better to just
that pawn.
Keep capturing things, right? Let your opponent capture, you capture. Those light squares look pretty stable after e6. I mean, where does white have to go to win there after e6?
I mean, it's
not an easy tack. Maybe you sort of trap that bishop, right? Like my instinct is after e6, you play f4.
Yeah, f4 feels reasonable, right?
Fighting
that bishop. And you got to remember, we also have 3 versus 1 on the queen side here, so it's big potential for a lot of passed pawns.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop d6 is played. Preserves the bishop rather than the light square control. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's very important to have a solid anchor square for your bishops in these kinds of endgames. Gukesh has to figure out how to play this. He's got one active rook, but the problem is his other rook is kind of tied down to this a-pawn.
I mean, one rook could be enough to decimate white's king side. What is planned by Raunak? Rook f2, rook f1? Could it be so simple?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like bishop c4, improving the bishop. We see rook f1. I think in general, if you're
C4.
the stronger side, you're happy to trade rooks.
I would have never found bishop c4, but now I see it. I'm like, oh, that's a hole in my game. That's a beautiful, beautiful move.
Nice move. Yeah, he just goes f4. But yeah, bishop feels very much improved. Put it on b5. Or on d3. Okay. Putting pressure, maybe looking for rook g1, rook g5.
Also, he defended c2, so he could avoid the rook trade here with rook a6 if he so chooses.
If he wants,
I think if he trades his active rook for black's passive rook, he's not winning this endgame.
That's not looking like progress.
Okay, so now he's looking at rook h8. See, that one rook is the only thing he's got going.
But it's more than enough. And if he takes this pawn, he'll activate the second rook just automatically, since the h pawn will start running. So this rook is a real hero.
Into a good square.
Yeah.
Make the rook h1 great again.
Absolutely. e5.
maybe slightly desperate.
Yeah, looks like he wanted e4.
Yeah, e4 would have been strong. Ooh, and Raunak wants a technical solution. Honestly, this is his brilliant game, this one. This is just beautiful, beautiful game.
He's playing very fine technical chess. Yeah, why is he going for all these like crazy, super sharp? I understand the kid can calculate, but I feel like he can also play endgames really well.
And Gukesh is doing the Sadhwani thing here, just trying to rustle up some kind of counterplays. You just can't deal with the piece. But Queen H8, Queen E5, Queen E3, and then the Queen on E3 covers G1. It's like that thing at the end of Checkers, a game I've never played, where you sort of like suddenly take everything in a
it's super fun actually. You should try.
Yeah.
No, very nice game by Raunak there. Just finishes off with that combination, promoting the queen, and we're back to a 2-point game.
I know why you're a fan of this opening, Kostya. After the last game they played in this, I'm like applauding just seeing them repeating the opening. Like, I want to see another of that game.
Oh yeah, Gukesh. It seems like both players had no issues with that last game. Raunak had 2 queens. Gukesh won the game. They're like, yeah, I'll take the 2 queens again.
Yeah, doesn't get more fun than that. Knight B5, engage.
Yeah, and it's I often see this in blitz matches where 2 players. It's almost like they're a bit stubborn. It's like they just want to repeat the line that they played. They don't want to switch it up. They want to prove that it was playable, and we get the same complications. Like last game, we had Rook B1, Queen A2, Knight takes C7. Raunak's seeing absolutely no reason to deviate.
Maybe they had. Oh yeah, he's like, I will follow that game until the position where I had an extra queen, but I'll follow it so quickly that I'll have 3 minutes on my clock when I get there, and I'm not going to let you find some cheap checkmate with the second time around.
Yeah, figure it out.
That makes sense as a theory. And he's got Gukesh like, what am I going to do once we get down to that situation where I'm down a queen? He's like in the tank for a minute.
Yeah, well, right, because he hasn't had time to look at the game. So he's like, how do I improve or switch it up? And he goes Queen H5, which looks like a potential blunder.
Oh, yeah?
Well, for one, Black could go Queen takes A1, right? Get the 2 rooks for the queen.
Okay, fine, Kostya. I wouldn't take on A1 here.
But I don't know if that's really what's wrong with Queen H5. But yeah, Compy wasn't liking it.
Okay.
Rook F7. Rook F7 either, I guess, was not the move. Let's see here. Apparently Knight F6. I was thinking about Knight F6. Would have been pretty annoying. Then maybe Knight can come to G4 as well. Oh, yeah, that looks...
If you were thinking about Knight F6, why didn't you tell us about it before checking with the computer?
Well, I didn't know if it was best. Best. I was just thinking about it.
All right. White tries to activate the bishop. It worked last game, like 50 moves later. So pokes at F5. Nice weak pawn. What do you think, Kostya? Knight F6 here?
Knight F6 looked reasonable. Knight G5 also looks pretty juicy. Covering F5 by blocking the queen and hitting the bishop with tempo. That's
obvious
nice.
Answer would be for white to take twice.
Yeah, so what happens if takes? I guess F2 is hanging at the end. So takes, queen takes, knight F2.
He made him back down. Sadhwani. I assume black's winning here, by the way.
It looks very nice for black.
I have an eval bar to tell you, but I would assume black's winning based on how black took on B2. White didn't manage to take on C7. White played bishop H3 to G2. I would assume black is winning right
now. Eval bar definitely likes black, but I mean, of course, the position is extremely complicated. And as we've seen, even having 2 queens is not enough to win the game.
The standard for winning just keeps getting higher.
Though I don't know how much of a swindle that position was, because I was watching.
No, it was just a mess. Yeah, it was
total mess. And I don't think black was actually completely winning with the 2 queens. I think it was just.
It was still just like anything. Yeah, wow.
But it's interesting to think about how the players see it, because one player might have thought, "Oh, I'm completely winning," or whatever, and that can totally change your mindset going into the rest of the games. Versus if you think, okay, it was messy and happened to lose it in the last seconds.
Yeah. I think their time usage suggested that they both kind of thought that Raunak must have had the advantage towards the end of that game.
Yeah, felt like, right, very nervy from Gukesh scrambling to find some play. And I mean, we could see something similar here where it's like Black has more material again. He's got the extra pawn, but clearly the king is under pressure. White's going after f5. Yeah, just not easy. Just not easy to play the position.
The problem is queen d5, knight c7. So maybe e3 would be a King's Indian type move.
Ooh, e3. E3 looks very interesting. Definitely worth considering. 1 minute here for Raunak.
Covers f5.
Okay.
With a sort of clean move, but you need to be in a hurry in some King's Indian positions, right? It's like you play a normal clean move and your opponent finds some little dynamics. The time is totally caught up on him too.
Yeah, he goes back. Clearly kind of unclear about how he should be proceeding in this position. But of course, it looks nice for Black, and he's down 2 points in the match. He's got to play. Not that you can even play this position without kind of playing for a win, right? It's like you just have to be active. So e3, there we go.
Second time around, plays the terrible Proust suggestion.
e4 check. No, it looks reasonable to me. You're taking on e3 here.
Mm-hmm.
c7 might hang at the end, but as well as f5. So yeah, stuff's coming off.
And suddenly, White has 2 connected passers.
Yeah. How'd that happen?
Yeah. Black was supposed to be up a little bit. A couple pawns. From b2 and c4.
Look at this endgame. Equal material now, opposite color bishops, but very, very sharp. Like, we could see both kings possibly getting in danger here. By the way, Raunak defending against any rook c5, bishop e6 threats. Keeping the rook on e3. Gukesh lifting the rook. Covering a4. Knight g6. Now I feel like
the
time to get the
complexity
pawns.
Is agonizing. Oh,
he's on a4. Oh, that's just hanging.
Oh,
he forgot about it. He just resigns immediately to get the next game in.
Wow.
Ooh, big blunder there from Raunak.
Yeah.
That's going to cost
him. Back to the Veresov. Right back into the Jobava Veresov.
Thank you, David.
And now Gukesh playing an even more aggressive variation from Black. Immediate a6. This means he wants the bishop outside the pawn chain and c5, Kostya. Like, he wants to just say, your opening is trash. Your knight's on c3.
Oof. They might be friends, they might be teammates, but right now they're opponents, and Gukesh is not going to be taking it easy. He wants the whole thing.
Yeah.
Man, that was a big miss by Raunak. I mean, the position was very difficult, though. I feel like he might have lost anyway if the game had played out. So I don't think it's such a huge thing, but of course that could easily spoil your mood, right, for the rest of the match. Just feeling like such a big miss. That said, this is probably going to be the final game in the 3-minute portion. So if he wins this one, which right now currently looks like he's doing okay. If he wins this one, and it's only 2 points going into the bullet, where you got to feel like Raunak has to be a bit of a favorite in the bullet segment, given his experience and how much more he plays online, aka experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's hard to be certain of who would have the advantage in the bullet.
Yeah, I mean, it could
easily
go
find out
both ways, but yeah, if I'm Raunak, I'm gotta feel like, okay, get Gukesh in the bullet cage for 30 minutes. He can't leave the octagon. He has to play me, in these bullet scrambles, and just go after him.
What's the point of this move?
Whoa, G5. Oh, sacks the pawn, gets knight E5.
Okay, still needs a follow-up before I can say that I understand it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Wow. I mean, he sacked a pawn and opened up his own king. So, like, normally it would be like he'd have a tactic, right?
He's playing for positional comp. No, I like what Black's doing. Now he's got like knight C4 coming, bishop A3 ideas.
He's done some things this match, let's say, that are simply too deep for me. Like, even if I got to sit there for another hour or two, I'd be like, how? The game with where he sacked the piece that I thought he hung the piece and put the pawn on A2. That game, for example. I mean,
yeah, that
I don't know.
was
And
impressive, I gotta say.
yeah, and here that somehow by sacking the pawn, he's made the white pieces and pawn structure, I don't know, frozen or less harmonious, that white can't advance here. Weird as well.
Right.
So maybe bishop f4 to play g5, g6, right? Like, he's forced you into the real Verisov. Go back to the Jobava Verisov. Bring the bishop back.
Now he's opened up E4, E4, queen takes A2. Oof, not looking good for Raunak here.
No. I guess D3 could be a powerful break at the right time.
E3, rook C8, yeah. Gukesh is just feeling it right now. Knight C4, oh man, it's pouring.
Simpler.
It is absolutely pouring. We were talking about maybe a 2-point lead. It could be a 4-point lead because now it looks like Gukesh is just crushing this position.
Yeah. I would think rook A to C8 here. Just one more ingredient.
Next piece in.
Yeah. Rook A C8 would threaten something like knight B2, queen B2, bishop A3, knight A3, rook C3, knight C2, rook C2, king C2, and second rook to C8.
Yeah. There's a huge line of apology, but he just takes.
Just takes.
Allows the knight, because if the knight comes out, he's got queen A1 check minimum.
Oh, I think he's got bishop E3 if the knight takes. That's
Bishop
a much
E3.
simpler variation that I missed.
Knight C3, bishop E3.
Knight C3, bishop E3.
B2 is going to
The
hang.
queen takes, you mate. If the king comes up, you mate.
So just bishop takes F6, bishop E3, queen B2.
King comes out.
Has to be made. Rook D8. Ooh, brilliant move. Sacking one rook, but king takes knight B5 is going to be checkmate. He resigns.
It's a similar pattern of control to Gufeld's Immortal game.
On the board.
With the king running around, taking the knight.
Exactly. And that's a big win for Gukesh. He's now going to be up 4 points going into the 1+1 score. Raunak definitely unhappy about that. It's, oh man, he has his work cut out for him. He has to make a 4-game lead. He wants to win today.
Going to the break, down 4. All kinds of things are possible in Bullet, but it's going to have to be a little bit one-sided. He's going to need a streak. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes, folks, to see if Raunak has it in him to just take over in Bullet.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on Chess.com right now.
welcome back everybody to the Junior Speed Chess Championships of 2023. We are now not only in the final match, we're in the final portion, the bullet, 30 minutes of unrestrained 1+1 action coming up. Gukesh has taken a considerable lead here, 4 points, the biggest lead of the match so far. Raunak, incredible bullet player. Kostya, your thoughts? Is he in range?
Let's say this: Gukesh has like actualized, as a chess player, right? He's just firing on all cylinders. He was playing well the whole match. We saw at the beginning he was having trouble converting against Raunak's slippery defense, but he's since kind of fixed that issue. Now he's converting his positions. He's got a huge lead going into the bullet, but of course it's not going to be easy. Raunak is a bit higher rated in bullet, definitely a favorite, has more experience, and also he's very hungry. Raunak had already lost once in the finals to Nihal Sarin 2 years ago in 2021. I don't think he wants to repeat that. I'm pretty sure he wants to win. And for that, he's going to have to turn it up in the bullet.
Yeah, he's going to have to. Raunak's bullet prowess is perhaps better known. He is the number 6 bullet player on Chess.com right now with an insane rating in the region of 3184 or something like that. So he's very, very well known for that bullet power. But when I was looking in the break at Gukesh's own bullet performance, I saw more than 200 rating points gained in the last month. And I think that although he doesn't have a ton of practice in his history, it looks like he's also a top bullet player if he chooses to be. So it's streaky, but I think you could probably bet 2-1 on Gukesh being able to hold on to his lead.
And there we go. They started the 1-1, and they're back to the King's Indian. They've been discussing this for a while now. Gukesh switches to the exchange variation, switching it up in the bullet portion here. And yeah, Raunak is going to have to start off fast. It's only 30 minutes. It's definitely enough time to mount a comeback, but it's not a lot of time. So
yeah,
it's do or die for Raunak here.
Raunak has to, I would say, dominate, right? It's not enough to just win this section. He's got to really, really power through. And as you said, Gukesh is really on form at the moment.
But good for him. Bullet is basically the most volatile of the time controls. It's like you lose one game and it's like, boom, you got to start the next game. And you're down to 55 seconds. It's just no time to recover. So if you're going to pull off a streak.
No time to adjust an opening or anything like that, right? It's just go, go, go throughout. Trades off those dark squared bishops and then thinks better of it.
Never mind. And then Gukesh offers the repetition, a little cheeky.
Just let him know.
Oh no, yeah, now, he's aware of the score.
Thanks to going through a lot of the most brilliant games in chess history together, I'm aware that knight d5 would be a way for white to show the strength of the c5 pawn.
Absolutely.
In these positions. You've got that space on the queen side, and it's like, but what's it good for? What can you attack on the queen side?
Ooh, speaking of knight d5, knight d4 from black, I think is winning material because he can take on g4, exactly, and then white has 2 pieces here.
Yep.
Nicely spotted by Raunak. Winning the exchange.
Yeah. And one of the first mistakes we've seen from Gukesh, maybe a little bit sign of the switch to bullet.
Yeah. I mean, it's very easy to blunder that. He's playing on seconds. But okay, big first chance here for Raunak. If you can get that first win, I think that will really calm him down. He's like, okay, that's the start.
Yeah, also I think he can keep playing the King's Indian throughout this bullet push. Oh, rook c1, bishop c3, rook c3, rook d1 would be death.
Ooh, rook c1, yeah. Don't blunder bishop c3.
Doesn't seem to have any move.
But what else can he do? Here. The knight is hanging. Okay, he takes, gives up the rook.
That's
maybe knight d6, but not going to be enough. Queen b1 just forces the queens off. And yeah, Gukesh, I think, is going to be playing these out, right? He wants to take time off the clock.
Makes sense at this point from a match perspective. I mean, you're up 4 points. You're trying to win a spot in the Speed Chess Championships, $15,000.
Yeah, might as well take your chances. And yeah, he is being very clear about it. Normally these guys, they were like resigning, you know, as the position was like kind of collapsing. You know, we can see, okay, it's losing. Now it's like, no. You got to win with your
He's
expert,
not running out his time. He's playing so fast. Shouldn't he use these 17 seconds?
Yeah, actually, he got himself mated there.
Well, and I think he did it on purpose too. I think it was like a way of resigning.
Interesting.
Oh, he was looking for... No. He played really fast, Kostya.
Looking for the stalemate.
I don't have much experience with bullets, so tell me if I'm wrong. But he played really fast instead of using his time to get Raunak playing really fast as well, and then set a stalemate trap.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to Eric Rosen him, but Raunak has been Eric Rosen before. You know, he can't, he can't fool him too many times. I'm sure they all have. Yeah, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. I mean, that the 15 seconds is not going to be, I think, so crucial. It's not like Gukesh. He can't just coast to victory. He's got to win bullet games if he wants to win this match.
You can't just defend and get some draws in bullet. You have to actually beat your opponent. He played that whole game very defensively, actually. Like, he was playing white. He was offering draws in the opening. So he might need to find a more aggressive mode for this bullet section, actually.
So it's a 3-point game. And look at this. He's down 30 seconds already in game 2. So Raunak absolutely putting the pressure on.
Yeah.
5. Okay, offering some trades. Very solid kind of Berlin line. 92, keeping more pieces on the board. I think that makes a lot of sense because both the Black's knights are kind of fighting for the same F5 square.
Kosi, the clock is so telling. I mean, 57 seconds against 20. You can see that Raunak is playing super confidently and trying to get a lot of games in potentially, or just put a lot of pressure on Gukesh. And Gukesh is sort of like struggling to keep up with that pace, so he's using up his time. He's not comfortable.
He's trying to blitz him off the board. CD5, that's hanging.
There's a pawn.
Boy, Raunak, this is just a demolition, this game.
Yeah. Won the previous one too, right? So it's off to an incredible start here, these two games.
Yeah. Very strong start from Raunak. Now bishop b2. Gukesh needs to turn on a faster mode here.
Yeah, he's also switching to some aggressive play here with g5, right? So maybe the bad position is what he needs to really switch gears and start playing aggressive dynamic moves. There we go. That kind of a move.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop on d7 first would have been prudent, but you know.
No, but you just don't have time for correct chess and bullet.
Yeah. It's not a science. Oh my God. Oh God. I don't know if I can watch this thing that's not a science. This is worse than that ad video they were playing with like the pieces getting crushed. This is more violent than that. Oh my Lord.
He's pushing. Oh, but it's hard. Knight h4, giving the knight just to trade the queens off the board. That would have been a nice combo. Now he's looking for rook e8 in the position just to promote the pawn. I mean, you can still get mated here as well. Yeah, knight g3. You know, he's just immediately just coming in.
I think queen g6 and rook e8 would work here, allowing queen h4.
Oh, there's got to be
he's done something else that works.
There's got to be mate. Knight f4. Yeah, winning the queen.
Yeah.
Gukesh still fighting, but no, Raunak is going to take this one as well. Oh, king comes in. Can you avoid getting mated? No chance. No chance. Mate incoming on the H file. He flags. His next was going to be bishop h2, rook h2. Raunak 2-0 in the bullet. The comeback is mounting.
Okay.
Comeback is mounting.
Let's see if Gukesh can play this game normal, let's say, right? Aggressive and fast. First of all, he didn't go for d takes e5. He's back to the complicated variation.
That's right.
That's a big change immediately.
Yeah. Going for a more kind of principled approach. But so far, Raunak has shown a lot of skills in these King's Indian positions.
Oh, yeah.
So I get the feeling he's feeling comfortable here. I don't know why Gukesh switched away from the Berlin. Honestly, I'm not getting it. I feel like he was putting Raunak under pressure there in the structure. The bishop takes c6.
Yeah, he seemed comfortable.
He knows what he's doing. 3b4.
Yeah.
Oh, and a4.
These positions are nightmares to me. So complicated. Tuck the bishop on b2. The knight's going to come to d4, I guess. So it's not totally swimming.
Yeah, knight comes back to d4. Other knight jumps to g5. Very active position for black. Probably going to try to maybe push e4. It's very hard against the bishop on b2. Oh, and f4. Gukesh.
Wow. See, this is what he needs.
Bishop.
Whether or not it works, he's playing with
Exactly.
some confidence this game.
Now he's woken up. He's like, oh, I need to win this game.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I understand now.
Yeah. 3 time controls, 3 segments. It's not enough to just be like, oh, yeah, I had a great start.
Yeah, looking great for Gukesh here. Black's
The
king
floating
very
kings,
weak.
Indian knights, maybe administering checkmate, maybe doing nothing. We'll find out.
Oh, d4 is queen f2 in that position. Gukesh just showing zero fear.
So you have
All
queen
of Black's
f4
pieces.
here. Queen f4 with a slightly worse endgame.
Queen f4 and then knight f2. Very possible.
Yeah.
No, he pulls back.
It's more like it.
Threatening knight f2.
Okay, king g2 would be a draw offer, but he's thinking twice here because now he wants to win, you know? Like,
Of course.
Yeah, good.
That position's good.
That's what you need to do.
Queen e2, bishop d7, just trying to get that rook in. But knight e6, just coming in. If takes,
Ooh.
takes. Bishop f7
Yeah.
check will happen.
You're going to have to sack an exchange if you take here.
Whoa, Raunak,
Oh.
the queen.
He just looked at some bishop e6 variation so deep, rejected it, and then forgot that in the starting position he was looking at bishop e6 because his queen was attacked.
Okay, Raunak showing signs of life. That must be a very relieving point for Gukesh because it's now a 3-point game, 19 minutes left, and he knows he's not the only one blundering in the bullet portion.
All right, Raunak uncorks a very aggressive line against the Berlin. Sacking the d-pawn right out of the gates, grabbing the bishop pair.
Look at this.
Yeah, you could go bishop f4, and black will probably leave the knight there, and then you could play technically, but generally that's not what you're looking for as white here. It's like the e-file, the threats against the king side. The e7 square could tempt him.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Black's pawn structure not winning any awards this season.
Yeah, he couldn't get rook e7 though, because rook e7, rook d8, bishop c4, d5, and king f8, you get evicted. So he's going to have to play a long endgame here, and I think...
Rook e8, very smart.
I think
when the rooks come off, you know, it's hard to go after these double pawns, right, without a rook for whites.
Exactly. So, and 4 pawns on dark squares plus a light squared bishop. It's hard to see white's king's entry point.
Yeah. And he's down a pawn. Though he could win somehow if he manages like a bishop trade where his king then ends up munching all of black's pawns. So
you're saying secretly Gukesh could try to win this endgame at some point as black?
No, I'm thinking white could have chances, just with the more active king possibly. Won't be easy. Won't be easy. No. We haven't had a lot of endgames in this match.
Looks very solid.
We've had very few, like straight up, like, you know, bishop endgames, knight endgames.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
H3. Raunak still pushing. F6.
Yeah, this game could suck a lot of life out of the match clock, Kostya.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a true endgame, if you play, you know, 90 moves on a 1 second increment and lose an extra 3 minutes out of the match.
Right.
And
That's a
Gukesh
lot.
is playing quite quickly. Raunak, honestly, I feel like it would have been better if there was some way for him to just agree to a draw and get out of that game.
Mm-hmm. So draw agreed. Yeah, that could have been a lot more time off the clock. Oh.
He's fully committed to the King's Indian. He's even willing to play the Pierce.
Yeah, I know that game. Anything to put the bishop on G7. No, it's been working for him, I think, really nicely so far, despite losing that last game. But
yeah,
for the most part, he's been getting very, very decent positions. And yeah, it's important in Bullet to be able to play openings that you can play quickly and reasonably.
Yeah, and he's got a great drag in this game as well, so the Pierce didn't offer him any particular difficulties.
Gives up the bishop.
3-point game, 16 minutes on the clock. Still ample. You'd think 4 or 5 games to go.
That's right. I like Gukesh's position here. I feel like he's doing well. Now B4 gaining space. This 9 on D5 sitting very nice.
Yeah.
H4 pressure.
Trying to make E7 really uncomfortable. Often in these positions, you play F6 at some point. But without a light squared bishop, I think that's much less of an option than usual, or maybe even not an option. So how to reduce the pressure?
We're coming in. Not be good.
Don't feel happy about that. No.
Okay, he played F6.
Yeah.
Ooh, F4. Gukesh knows his position's good.
Yeah.
He can win this one.
It's good to keep one knight on for white. Knight B6 was really good, I think. Really important to keep one knight on the board for white here.
No, knight A7. Oh, man. He's just desperately trying to challenge this knight.
Yeah, really reaching.
Knight comes back. Okay, now he says you can take, but then ED, opening up the E file.
Right. He's trying to say the knight on C8 would then be trapped on C8. not be able to get out of the way. All right. Clean bishop pair.
Oof.
Every pawn moved off to second rank for the king. Reduces some of your options. It definitely looks tough. Looking for rook D7 now. Knight D5 stops it. 20 seconds
C4.
about each.
Nice move. Inviting
Nice.
the queen trade, but then white's endgame is just going to be excellent.
Inviting and more or less forcing it, right? And the poor knight has also been separated from his team in that, but Raunak finds the resource and keeps the game going.
He's slippery. He's still playing.
Is there bishop A7? You get like a winning advantage on the queen side, but there will be counterplay against your king now. Right?
Whoa.
Now you can lose, right? Like things could get...
Oh, you got bishop E3 though. Raunak can lose.
Yeah. Probably not after finding that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh no, excellent game by Gukesh. Okay.
Setting up a famous mate.
Still some checks.
Yeah, or at least some checks, if not a mate.
Now extra exchange for Gukesh. Knight C3 in the position. Yeah, he needs to just protect the king, and then the A-pawn should win the game for him, but still some work to do. C6 coming, and that's it. Raunak resigns, probably to save time.
Yeah, I thought in general in that position he could just play rook takes c5 at any point and win with the a-pawn against the poor knight. But he just calculated the tactics, kept the rook on the 7th, advanced the a-pawn.
Yeah, but that makes it 4 points again for Gukesh. And so far it's 2.5 in the bullet. You know, Raunak is not dominating the way he thought he would need to come back.
Yeah, he came out at the gates killing, but now he's on the border of losing the match.
Right.
I think.
It's very, very close. 12 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, at this point, he's just racing against time itself. It's a difficult battle. Gukesh just needs to keep playing solid.
They say that nobody ever wins that one.
Yeah.
The huge queen side for black.
We need to... Hey, Raunak's up on the clock. He's up to 109.
Wow.
Trying to get as much time as possible.
It's gone to an even higher gear. This is the ultra bullet rate of play.
Yeah, super fast. But I like Gukesh's position very much. I mean,
everything is still positionally so pristine, Kostya. Like, I'm noticing things they're doing that are, big, amazing deals. Like black playing h5. Why? Because if white plays h5, then your h7 pawn's the weakness, right? So he like throws that in on his weak side. Just at this rate, it's crazy.
Watch out for that mate. Yeah, he defends against it, but now black is going after the second rank. I feel like we've seen this before with Raunak.
Knight c4 is too strong. This position's dead. Like he had rook f8 to f2, or he had b4 threatening knight. Knight b2.
Oof.
So.
Oh no! Look at this. Rook on h1 is hanging. Take a rook e8.
Yeah, and take on c8, bishop f3. That's it. He got him.
Raunak just resigns. Oh man, it's almost over now. It's 5 points.
Yeah. 5 points. I think he can basically run out the clock.
Yeah, he's looking unstoppable. Raunak basically just has to play instantly and perfectly if he wants to come back.
He could go back to that defensive mode that cost him the first 2 games of this bullet match. Playing simpler moves that aren't maybe as good, taking your time, might be enough to run out the clock.
But yeah, at this point, it's looking very, very good for Gukesh.
Yeah.
We're hearing 90% win rate for him.
I agree.
Huge. Honestly, feels even higher for me. I don't know. I don't think Raunak comes back 10% of the time.
Mind-boggling King's Indian position, meanwhile.
Yeah.
I guess a pretty clean exchange sack for white, where that bishop's going to be worth the exchange.
This is not pretty. This is not. I mean, this bishop is a monster on the diagonal.
This was probably a good and careful move he played here, because the thing I could imagine going wrong would be you get tied up by rook e8, and then maybe you play f3 to not lose the knight on e4, but then you're loose with the rook on e1, and I think this was reasonable just to back up.
I like knight g3, looking to get the queen in. Takes on f5. Okay, I'm feeling some back rank issues for white here. Yeah, hold on. Queen h5. Queen h5. Oh, what a move.
And knight e3, queen d1.
Oh, knight g4. He finds the only defense.
Oh, that clears the back rank.
Still though, what a find by Raunak.
And now, queen d4, what's happening even, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably be rook e5, so he tries to get the queen out of the way of that first.
Ooh, takes the h-pawn. Now black's king just completely empty.
And then he blocks the file for the rook. Evil. Pure evil. 18 seconds to 40 seconds. Is it using up enough clock time? It is.
White's king is very much, I think, in the open here.
Yeah.
Ooh, rook g8. What a move. Queen h4?
Yeah. King heads somewhere weird. Queen h4, pawn takes knight, and then what?
No, I was thinking some checks maybe.
Yeah.
It was this way, but now Gukesh has 2 pieces for the rook, and if you can just save his king, I think it's just a disaster for black. Knight on e3.
He didn't even play like the safe-looking queen d3 move. He just went for mate. He said, like, I'm just going to stick with what works, which is trying to cut his head off instead of trying to defend what I have.
Exactly. And this is just over. He can go for the endgame, in fact, and take a lot of time off the clock while he wins.
Take on a4, and you have to like resign just because you can't spend the time on this endgame.
Oh, he hung the rook?
Yeah.
Rook was hanging.
I think he sees it the second time.
Sees the second
time.
Oh, no. Poor Raunak.
Yeah.
Poor Raunak. But I think that's it, David. Yeah, we got 8 minutes left. 6-point lead. No, there's no way now.
Yeah.
Just no way.
Also, it looks like Gukesh, the, top prodigy who doesn't play random online blitz, who doesn't like work with computers very much, is quite competent at playing speed chess on a computer. He's like on his way to being a top 5 bullet player.
Yeah,
with this level of experience.
it definitely doesn't seem like Bullet is, a huge priority for Gukesh. He plays a lot of classical tournaments, but clearly the kid can play. And I think just somewhere in the 3-minute portion, he won 6.5, 2.5, right? He just completely started taking over. And yeah, Raunak showed glimpses right in the first couple Bullet games, but then Gukesh came back to his roots of just playing the best moves every time, no matter what. And it's a hard strategy to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, many people have complained when their opponents use that strategy.
Right.
And here we've got some dueling knight outposts. Yeah. All about who gets their rooks active, I think, in these sort of double stone walls.
Yeah. Now it does look like Gukesh is going to be the winner, but that doesn't mean that these games are pointless. Actually, there's still quite a bit of money on the line.
Oh, yeah.
They are splitting the second half of the prize fund, $7,500, based on every single win and point in the match. So, each one of these games is worth several trips to McDonald's, Froyo.
I mean, it's like
stuff.
$300 a point, at least. I think something like that. So
that's pretty good for a 1-minute Bullet game.
Yeah, and Gukesh is still just playing very, very nice moves throughout here.
Oh yeah, well he's chilling. I mean, he's got he's in control.
Queen on d5 looks nice to me.
At a certain point, Gukesh is going to have more time left on his clock than points that Raunak can make up.
Yeah.
Oh, and he wins again. Oh no.
Yeah, it was a mouse slip. I think Queen d2 instead of Queen d3 maybe, but I don't know. It was weird. He was in a commanding position, I think. In any case,
everything just going, wrong for Raunak here.
Yeah. Well, it was a fun match for you, Kostya. You got a good number of King's Indian games here.
Yeah, a lot of fun King's Indians. I think these games are very much worth looking at. Raunak is he's definitely a King's Indian aficionado, and he goes back for this thing, which honestly the first time around looked very, very risky.
Okay.
Very surprised that he's repeating it.
Well, he's got an innovation in mind. Knight g5, novelty on move 20 here. Bullet has changed, Kostya, since my days. And just opening knowledge in general. Like, the level of everything is like, what?
I don't think this is opening knowledge, at least not according to the eval bar. Doesn't seem to be approved.
Okay. Well, maybe you can't repeat all of these opening ideas in a classical tournament, but
f4.
Right. Oof. What? Queen takes f4?
Or I think he wants either knight h5 or maybe queen h5. Oh man, give it a rest.
Must be queen h5. Jeez.
Yeah.
As you say, he's never like slowing down or letting up, huh?
g3. All right, he wants everything.
I love it when he doesn't play any simple moves. When everything is some concrete move that I wouldn't have seen. It really like reminds me how I should try to play chess.
Yeah. And Raunak here just resigning. I actually think that makes a lot of sense. Look, the match is over. Gukesh is winning. But the more games Raunak wins, the more money he gets out of the match. So
yeah, but
might as well. Yeah.
But if Gukesh wins 6 of them in a row, he can preserve his percentage by just running out the clock himself, despite losing the match. Because Gukesh is just started killing here.
He's not going to run out the clock. Gukesh is he's a pal. He's a chess player. Incredible performance by Gukesh today. We saw, I mean, he started off slow, but since then he's just stayed focused, hasn't moved from his seat, and he's going to remain focused in his next 20 to 30 years of his career.
Yeah, I mean, we say, there's this at stake, there's that at stake, but he's already won whatever's at stake today, and you see him approaching the games just the same as before, right? So it's almost like he's in a constant mode, right? He's in a constant, do the most that you possibly can.
Every game matters. You always have to do your best.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Now this game,
to the position at hand, is he down a pawn?
yeah, officially down a pawn. Is black. Raunak. How do you get his rook to b3?
Yeah, it must have gone through the corpse of the d4 pawn when we blinked away for a second. Ooh,
that's e5 at rook e2.
Actually,
oh, queen d4. Gukesh with the tactics.
Really not letting up, indeed. Yeah.
Holy moly.
This is fantastic. This is fantastic. Yeah. What a killer.
What a domination. Now queen takes f2.
Looks like a pretty good spot.
Everything hanging in white's position. Gukesh just putting on a clinic here. 1 minute left in the match clock. We might get another game depending if Raunak decides to resign this one or not.
A year ago, the Olympiad had not yet been played. Oh my god. Rook b2 and knight c4 goes in.
Oh, what a tactic.
A year ago at this time, the Olympiad had not yet been played, and there were people who didn't know Gukesh. Just 1 year ago.
True. Okay, Raunak trying to save this endgame, but he's down a pawn, and position
he's down
not looking good.
Down 2 of them.
Oh, 2 pawns.
Yeah, on each side of the board. Wow.
He's fighting rook f3.
Yeah.
Gukesh here just putting on absolutely mental performance.
I think the match clock is going to keep him from crossing 3,200. He might only get 6 points for this game. But, yeah. It's quite a bullet.
That's going to do it. Time's up.
Yeah.
Gukesh is the official winner. 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship, qualifying to the overall Speed Chess Championship taking place later this year, where he's going to go up against the likes of Magnus Carlsen and the greatest players in the world. And, of course, winning the better part of $15,000 in today's prize money.
Yeah. Oops.
They're going to close this game out.
Yeah. He just made the first mistake I've seen in a really long time, Kostya.
Yeah.
Hanging that B pawn.
He's kind of, he lost control here. Now white's A pawn is very strong. Definitely looks like the bishop is better than the knight. Sacks, but
bishop's taking everything.
Yeah, bishop can.
He's going to lose the game.
H5, and it looks like Raunak's going to pick up the final game. And that's it. Gukesh resigns.
Wow.
Gives Raunak the final game, but he still becomes the champion. 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship.
Wow, fantastic.
Chess Kid. Amazing
fantastic
performance.
Yeah. The match was very competitive early on. Then at some point, Gukesh just showed that he was stronger today. And we will hopefully have a chance to speak with him in just a couple minutes. So stick around, folks. And okay. So here you can see how he made his way from the first round to the final round. All the participants fared. We had very, very good performance for the Indian players, winning all quarterfinal matches. All 3 Indians made it to the semifinals. And Gukesh wins all his matches by more than 5 points.
Yeah, an amazing performance by Raunak as well, getting to the finals just to lose to Gukesh. He lost once before to Nihal. I'm sure this one will sting as well. But, I mean, I think he has nothing to be too upset about. He played an amazing match. He had some amazing games. And Gukesh just was in slightly better form towards the end. And yeah.
I was absolutely impressed with Raunak's play today. Absolutely.
Super impressive. Folks, I think we're going to go to a break. We'll have an interview with the winner Gukesh, throw your questions in the chat. We'll pick some of the best ones and possibly ask them on air. Stick around and we'll be back in just a bit.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us. All right, now I'm going to see if I can get anybody. Hey.
I'll be white.
White.
Yeah, 'cause I need all the advantage I can get.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the Chess.com app. You ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
He said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation, take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
The best person you can be, get closer to God, not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game, thanks for playing. Good game, thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championships that have now been concluded with the victory of Grandmaster Gukesh. Gukesh, congratulations, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
We have some questions here from Kosti and myself, as well as from the audience. It was fantastic match we just watched. My first question for you is, when you're playing chess, do you ever think about things other than chess? Like, do you think about results, or like, if I win this, I get to play in the main Speed Chess Championship, or I get to win money, or is there anything else that you think about while you're playing?
Sometimes these goals do come up in your head, but I mean, in Blitz and Bullet, it's hard to think about anything else. Things are happening so fast. So, yeah, I wasn't really. I was quite focused in today's match.
Yeah, Gukesh, big congrats. I feel like you both played an amazing match today. I was wondering if you made any conscious adjustments throughout the match. We noticed you started off with like e4, going for the Berlin, then you switched to d4. You guys got a lot of Kings Indians, and you started having these heavy battles. Was there some kind of strategy behind that, or how did you kind of approach the opening choices and those kind of decisions?
Yeah, I want with e4. I just wanted a slow game. I know that he plays Berlin. I thought in Blitz it will be hard for him to play these kind of slow positions, but yeah, it wasn't really working out well. I was taking up too much time. Without space, it was kind of hard for me to play as well. So I thought with 3 minutes, it'll not make much sense to just continue with that plan. So I switched in between. And yeah, d4, he was first playing semi-terrace. He played for semi-terrace once, and then by the second game already, he had to start winning games. So he switched to Kings Indian. We got some funny theoretical battles. But this went deep into. There was 2 games after all this Queen B2 stuff, and I think I was just worse. But for some reason, I kept repeating it, and I won both those games. So that was.
Well, you won the first game where you were down a queen when you won the first game. Was that? Can you tell us a little bit about your thoughts in that game? Like, did you think you're winning or losing, or?
I mean, I should be losing at some point, I guess, but okay, it was a time scramble, and both our kings are exposed. There are a lot of stuff happening, so it's just who comes up with better tricks for us. Yeah, the bishop h3 was quite a nice move. Yeah. Just being down a queen and just threatening checkmate. It was a nice thing to play. Yeah, I guess in 5 seconds he just it was very hard for him to find anything to stop the game. But I don't know, maybe already the position was not winning. I have no idea.
Yeah, that one was one of the most fun to watch for us and for the fans as well. People were going crazy watching that game. I want to ask you about another game that blew my mind, which was the game where you sacked your bishop on a6 to bring your pawn to a2, and you had like queen and rook and pawn on a2, and he had queen and rook and bishop. And we were just wondering, like, were you confident that this was a good sacrifice, that it was winning?
I couldn't be 100% sure, but it was like both his queen and rook are just stuck. And I saw that he can't take the pawn with bishop c4. I thought it just should be good. I couldn't see the concrete win, but it was more of an intuitive thing. I guess it was a correct sacrifice. But anyways, I think in a few seconds, it's hard for him to find the right defense if there was one. So I would say practically it was.
Yeah, I think Kostya saw the evaluation bar and saw that it was completely correct and winning, and But to me, who wasn't watching the evaluation bar, when I saw you do it, like I couldn't believe it. It was just stunning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
if
that
it's
definitely
correct,
was very amazing.
yeah, if it was correct, it feels even better. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Gukesh, you've won a lot of stuff now, but now you're the 2023 Junior SpeedChess champion. You had to win several tough matches to get here. Does this title have a special meaning for you?
Surely, yeah. This is played some strong opponents. Pranav and Raunak also the first opponent. It was a good match. And Pranav and Raunak are well-known blitz and bullet players. And I mean, I mainly played for some practice in the faster time controls. But yeah, the way I played, the way I dominated both those matches, yeah, it's really special. And I mean, I'm more known to be a slow player, classical player, but I've recently started working for faster time controls as well. And yeah, I'm happy that the results are shown.
Yeah, seems to be working very quickly. We've got some really excellent questions. Lots of people in chat had great questions. We picked out a couple of them to pass on to you. So this first one is from Advai Kumar, and they ask, how do you manage to make a comeback in each of these last two matches where you started out down a couple games?
I guess at the start I just couldn't find the rhythm. I played at a very bad pace. And, in time scrambles, I couldn't get my mind to think fast, and it was just I think trouble just warming up. And once I was warmed up, I think I did quite well. So maybe I have to play a few games before the match starts, and I just go with the flow. But yeah, I mean, I started with two losses, and I mean, a loss, a draw, and then a loss. But I'm still quite confident that I mean, it's a long match. There's so many games to play, so I knew that I'll get my chances, and I just have to find my flow. Yeah, once I did, it was quite smooth.
Yeah, maybe an adaptation for the SpeedChess Championships. You can lose one or two blitz games online right before your match starts and get it out of the way.
Yeah, maybe winning 2 games first is also good.
Yeah.
Either. Gukesh, another feature chat question from you from Barb Mitzvah. What do you consider to be your greatest strength?
I would say my calculation. It has been my main strength for a few years. I really have a lot of confidence in my calculation. And in Blitz, it's kind of hard to calculate a lot. So I have to trust my intuition more as well. So, I would say one of my biggest strengths are taken away in this faster time controls, but still it shows that my intuition and my feeling for the positions are also not too bad. But I would say my greatest strength is calculation.
Yeah, absolutely. Our next question comes from Grandmaster Robert Hess, who often commentates your matches. And he would love to hear if there's anyone that you would find it most fun or that you would most want to play in the SpeedChess Championship main event.
It's always fun to play against Magnus, simply because he's the best player in the world. And last time I played, and it was not so fun, but I still enjoy playing against him. If I get a chance, I'll hope to do better than last time.
Yeah. I would love to see you play him again. I think that would be an awesome match as well. One more question here from the chat. This one from Pumpkin the Cat. So we heard when you were growing up for a very long time, you were working without engines as you were developing your chess until you became quite a strong player. The question is, what was it like learning without chess computers?
It was something that my trainer suggested. It was just an experiment actually, and we always thought once I get to a certain level, we'll start using engines. But till that point, it was like just I was not working with computer, and sometimes my trainer, when we are working on openings, he would use engines, and I would just sit and think on the board. And I think one of that was one of the reasons why my calculation is so good, because I just used to calculate every position. I just went deep into everything. That is one of the advantage, but maybe there were something I could have been better at with computers. It's hard to say, but yeah, it was a very interesting experiment. I would like to think it helped.
Yeah, I think it worked out. I think we think it worked out well for you and your chess. Absolutely.
Yeah. So Gukesh, we just want to thank you so much for playing all the matches. It's a great joy for all of us to watch. We're all here for you. So thank you so much. Congratulations on winning, and best of luck in all your next events.
Thank you.
All right, and folks, here you have it, the completed bracket for the 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championships. Today we've watched the championship match with Gukesh defeating Raunak Sadhwani by a score of 17.5 to 10.5 after a tied 5-1 portion at 4.5 to 4.5. He started to pull away in the 3-1, and he also managed to win the bullet nicely as well. Here are the final prizes for all the players. Kostya, you can tell us about the money.
Yeah, a lot of nice prizes won. Cool, 21,500 for Gukesh for coming into first, 12,000 for Raunak Sadhwani for his second place finish, 4,500 for Lazovic, who came in third, 3,700 for Pranav in terms of fourth. They were both knocked down in the semis. I think it's just the listings of the prize money. Folks, the reason why these figures are a little bit uneven is because the matches are divided based on who wins how many games. They get to split a portion of the prizes, and we can see each of the players was able to get a nice little chunk of change for their efforts here in the Junior Speed Chess Championship.
Yeah, and before we leave you folks, we'd like to let you know about something else that's coming up this week, a very special event. It is Blitz Champs 2, the most highly anticipated chess pro athlete crossover, returns this week. Blitz Champs 2 features the likes of Larry Fitzgerald Jr., returning Blitz Champs champion Chidobe Awuzie, and more of the NFL's finest chess players. And you can join Danny Wrench and John Urschel in watching it all go down this Friday from 12 p.m. noon until 5 p.m. Eastern. So something to mark on your calendars for this week. Kostya, it's been a lot of fun. What a great match.
What a match.
Always
amazing.
Lovely. Always lovely to watch Gukesh play chess, whether it is classical chess or bullet.
And Raunak as well. I mean, they both played some amazing games today. I feel like I could certainly learn from each of them, like Gukesh's calculation, his clear-headedness, Raunik's resourcefulness, and his trickery. I mean, it was really an amazing final. I'm very grateful to have gotten the chance to call it with you, David. Shout out to the chat. Super fun to have a bunch of people watching. Shout out to the dojoers as well in the chat. Always great to see support from the dojo.
Yeah.
And hopefully we get another chance.
Yeah, nice to see you all. Thank you everybody for watching with us and joining us for these events and supporting these events. Quick thanks to Chess Kid for being a sponsor for the Junior Speed Chess Championship and bringing us this event. Great work from all the mods and our producer. So thank you everybody. Have a great day. We'll see you around.